What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Monday, August 25, 2025. August 25, 2025, and we are here at the Polderbaan, being used for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the south today, mildly. I'm standing just north of the excrement bridge. The first tractor of the show already coming our way. And the first A350 is due. Very good day to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Jurk, good morning. Nielso, good morning. Klaus, Roda, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. Train guy, car guy, Smeedy, good morning. Tracks meneer, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So they're working on the reinforcement of the dyke here. Work has resumed. They're now currently just south of the excrement bridge, which I will show you in a minute. So yeah, it's going to take a little while before visibility will be back to normal. Standing right next to the cycling path, as you guys could see already. Not able to see what's happening in the canal. Peter, goedemorgen. Marco, goedemorgen. Delaware, good morning. Henny, goedemorgen. Marcus, good morning. Abdurrahman, good morning. And thank you so much for your kindness. Abdurrahman already went ahead and gifted the membership just now. Martino is the recipient. Martino, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you to Abdurrahman for your gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. You can see there they are inserting the poles, and those boards will be placed between the poles and the dikes. So you can see they're busy over there, the excavator, and the piles of borders that still need to be placed. Hopefully in a few weeks visibility will normalize again. Where they're done, you can still see the remnants of sand, which they still need to remove in order for us to have good visibility unimpeded. Fatback Dutch, good morning. Antoinette, goedemorgen. Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Lindsay, goedemorgen. John, goedemorgen. Good morning. Nuno, good morning. Dutch Plane Spotter, good morning. Jill Bima, good morning. And Abdurrahman, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. Another gifted membership. Liam, the recipient, and I have a crooked horizon, which is interesting because I leveled my tripod not too long ago. Oof, that looks off. Ronald, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody. So the full quad squad is coming this show. The first quad squad member to arrive is going to be a 747, which is now, I think, over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Let me show you in a moment. First, let's level that horizon a little bit better. Really odd. I am sure I had it leveled before going live. Abdurrahman, what are you doing, mate? Another gifted membership by Abdurrahman. And Alan, the recipient. Liam and Alan, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you to Abdurrahman for your gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis. Abdurrahman, thank you so much for your generosity. Here you can see Cargalux is the first quad squad member arriving. ETA 9:41, 15 minutes, then it'll land here. SLM is also coming. It is expected in an hour or so from now. Jesus is flying to Fuerteventura, so Jesus will not be visiting today. The Retro Transavia will. It's expected around 1:20 and will be the last airplane for today's show. Emirates is arriving around 1 o'clock, so which runway it will be on, center or Polder, we'll have to see. Stick around and we'll find out together. We have an Embraer 175 landing here just now. Dutch Marcel, goedemorgen. Babbers, good morning. Kennis Chef Chris, good morning. Arjan, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Alright, so let's have a look and see what is coming in the near term. This is Air Europa arriving from Madrid with a MAX 8 737. Have we seen MAX 8s from Air Europa before? Not sure that we did. That we have. Interesting. SAS will be next after that. That's an A320neo arriving from Copenhagen. Already visible. Third airplane is turning in. That is Vueling. Hey Said, good morning. Lucas, good morning. Gratje, goedemorgen. Yin, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. So, MAX 8 737, Air Europa, interesting. Have we seen MAX 8s before, or were they, thus far, have they been regular 737s? I'm wondering. The windsock in the distance, albeit vaguely visible, you can see it's not very windy. The firefighters already did their patrol round. They're returning after their round around Polderbaan. They'll be returning to the station now, I think. Hey Bart, goedemorgen. They're making the turn right before the container. Oh, oh no, wait, that's the airplane is behind it. That's good. Hey Jillard, goedemorgen. Benjamin, good morning. Mats, goedemorgen. Good morning. So the firefighters already passed me by when I was still setting up, testing the audio. Hey Tina, goedemorgen. Arjan, morgen. Martinair, morgen. Narrowbodies Fest, the A320 family with multiple members. SAS Flight 2551 is this. Regular A321 from Vueling after that, arrived from Barcelona. Another Vueling arriving from Alicante after that. That's an A320neo. Ah, testing the water. Or at least the hardware. Hey there Mark, good morning. Dietmar, good morning. Our first widebody is approaching, now third to land. American Airlines Flight 204. First up Vueling, Flight 8300 arriving from Barcelona. And that's an A321. Hand on the dash. And vacating via the first exit. Mark, goedemorgen. Frits, goedemorgen. Daniel, goedemorgen. Stefan, good morning. Deloire, good morning. Next up, Vueling flight 8353. More Vueling. Bring it on. Vueling flight 8353. A320neo. Flight time 2 hours and 12 minutes from Valencia to Amsterdam. 5-year-old airplane. And the sun beginning to shine here. Bit similar to yesterday. Pretty cloudy. Carol also back in the chat. Good morning, Carol. Carol is celebrating her 7-month membership anniversary. Thank you so much, Carol, for your ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to help relieve that issue. Bom dia, goedemorgen. Alles goed?
Prima met jou.
Ja, zeker.
Lekker weertje nog.
Heerlijk weertje, ja, absoluut.
Geniet er nog maar van.
Dat, ja, het wordt weer anders, hè? Ik had het al gehoord, ja.
Nou, hoe is het dan?
Hey, fijne dag, hoi hoi. Carol, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Let me know if something is amiss in the lounge and I'll see what I can do to fix it. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. This is the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard, flying out on its way to the coast for a coastal patrol. Big picture wise, this is the south, this is the east. And that's a loud American Dreamliner returning from Philadelphia. Bonjour Daour, da Dakar in Senegal, which is in Good morning, Jedi Plumber. So this is the east, this is the north, and this is the west. Semi-cloudy, semi-sunny. 2-airplane glide slope shot. Air Serbia arriving from Belgrade. In the foreground, that's an A319. And a lot to see in the background. No more vodka in the lounge. Let me get on that quickly, Dietmar. Thank you for letting me know. Put it on the groceries list. Leo, goedemorgen. Ilona, goedemorgen. So this is Air Serbia, flight 260, arriving from Belgrade. 2 hours and 12 minutes on the way. A319. Yankee uniform, Alpha Papa Charlie. Now, Cargolux, the first queen, the only queen of the show, is flying base. And so she's somewhere out there. And I'm wondering if I can see it already. That's not it, is it? That's SAS flight 821. So we need to look further that way. The question is, are we able to see her from here? I think we might be. That's it, isn't it? Yep, that's her. Cargolux, 94 kilo. First Quad Squad member of today's show, the only 747 of today's show. Arriving from Miami, Florida. 747-400 freighter. And thank you. Marijke, goedemorgen. No flight number, just a call sign. Cargolux, 94 kilo. Arriving from Miami, Florida. 747-400. Freighter, obviously. Lima X-ray, Juliet, Charlie, Victor is the registration. 18-year-old airplane. Eight hours and 3 minutes on the way from Miami, Florida to Amsterdam. In 50 minutes from now, the next Quad Squad member is expected. The Suriname A340 600. And the last Quad Squad member is expected around 1 o'clock. And that would be the Emirates A380. Last airplane of today's show is probably going to be the Transavia Retro, which was expected around 1:20. And good morning, Mark. I betcha you could spot from Mysteryland as well. That Spotter's Hill does show you something. Right, well, only the airplane that you saw just now before the 747. Obviously we are not going to follow that airplane. There are two Delta wide bodies lining, no wait, one Delta and one KLM that are going to land after the 747. A330-300 from Delta, flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, which is turning in there. Further back should be KLM flight 676, arriving from Edmonton, Canada. And that's an A330-200, which I am unsure we can see already. Don't think we can. Or maybe we do? Do we? Well, I for one am having trouble seeing it. Or, yeah, no. Anyway. First Quad Squad member of the show, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. The full Quad Squad will be featured in this stream. The A340 and the A380 are also underway. The A380 will be arriving here around 1 o'clock. And in less than an hour from now, 50 minutes or so, the next Quad Squad member in the form of the A340 600 is landing here. Now we have a nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot, 3 wide bodies, 2 A330s, and here in the foreground a Boeing 747. Cargolux, 94 kilo. Danny, goedemorgen. Robert, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Perfect timing. Let's look and listen. Will she get loud? We'll soon find out. That could have been so much better. I'm almost positive that the Delta coming next will get louder. Still, never boring. So yeah. Next quad squad member is going to be the Suriname A340, expected in less than an hour from now. Quad squad member number 3, completing the full quad squad today, is going to be the A380, expected around 1 o'clock. Not sure yet if it's going to land here or on the center runway. Hoping of course for Polder, but it might also turn out to become the center runway. Queenie is on the move. Don't forget, Retro Transavia is also coming. That'll almost certainly land on the wrong runway, I think. Arriving around 1:20. Hey, Fashur Darshane, also back in the chat. Good to see ya. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours, 34 minutes on the way. November 802, November Whiskey is the registration. Jean-Yves, salut. This is a 22-year-old airplane. First flight June 2003. Peter, goedemorgen, good morning. And Jay, good morning. Kinda sorta expected this already. Delta A330 being louder than the Cargolux 747. Next up, KLM flight 676. Also an A330. 200, but KLM. So I'm counting on an either reverse landing. Arriving from Edmonton, Canada, 8 hours and 6 minutes on the way. The last glimpses of Her Majesty on this side of the apron, not the apron, the platform area. And here she is. The KLM A330 arriving from Edmonton, flight 676, 8 hours and 7 minutes on the way. It's the PHAOE. "19 years old, this one. First flight July 2006. Low-key wheelie. And rolling out gently. Ricardo, good morning. Ilona, good morning. Dan E-Boy, good morning. Derek, good morning. And Mehmet, good morning. Mehmet also back. Mehmet coming in with a gifted membership. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity. Mzylem, the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Mzylem, don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet for the gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. But that goes for all members. 34 of them. And use them. Make sure you do use them. They're there to be had fun with. So make sure you do. Gerten and Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. The winds are moderate and are blowing from the south. This is what it looks like on the scale of chimney smoke. You can see the windmills are moving, but not hard. They're not spinning like a helicopter. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. This is what it looks like to the east. And looking to the south, it currently looks like so. Now, as I was walking up here, people were working and were finishing the dike reinforcement. Right now, I don't see that they are doing anything. I'm wondering, what the fudge? It's going to take an eternity the way they are progressing right now. Senna, goedemorgen. Dietmar, thank you so much for your generosity. Dietmar Kriegisch just now gifting 5 memberships. 5 new members of the Aurora Skylounge, courtesy of Dietmar. Thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you at least. And have fun with those custom emojis. You have them for a month. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want if you are a member. Make sure you do use them. Dietmar, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Yuri, goedemorgen. Andri, goedemorgen. Spreading some love and financing the vodka, of course. Thank you so much, Dietmar. You really didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. It's back for the time being to the narrowbodies. This is an EasyJet arriving from Naples. Looks like it. KLM next, EasyJet after that, and then another widebody from KLM. Dirk, goedemorgen. Jan, morgen. J.W. Stijm, goedemorgen. Alrighty, 2 airplanes on the glide slope that we can see right now. Here in the foreground, KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris. That's a 737-800, 44 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Golf, Charlie. And behind it is an A319 arriving from London Luton, so look away if it gets closer by and if you are Luton intolerant, because it might give you the cramps. The craps. The craps as well. The craps follow the cramps. Karen cabin on the back, nice and spacious. Jesse, goedemorgen. Doug, good morning. And indeed, Danny, it's been a long time since we last had winds from the south. Well, insofar as there is any wind. Slight breeze, you can only see slight movement in the grasses and the reeds and whatever it is that is overgrowing here. Clear distinction between south of the excrement bridge and north. This is the north side, and you can see they didn't cut the grass or anything. In the background we have KLM flight 702, that's a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Buenos Aires. Here in the foreground we have EasyJet flight 22517 arriving from London Luton. The Celiac Express. KLM arriving from Buenos Aires, and turning in is Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal. That would be a 7878 Dreamliner. So it's a 7879 on the right and a 7878 on the left. The one on the right is arriving from Buenos Aires. 12 hours and 30 minutes the flight time as we speak. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Golf, which is 9 years old and had its first flight back in June 2016. On the left, Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal, 5 hours and 42 minutes on the way. That would be 10 years old. First flight January 2015. I see all traversing the Markermeer, northeast of Amsterdam. Also a Dreamliner today. And a bit closer by, we can see Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. That's an A330neo. Good chance that might get loud. Femke, goedemorgen. South Island Aviation, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's opening up gradually. Just look to the south, east, north, west. A Canada Flight 900 is arriving. Let's have a quick look. Let's see what else is in store. The Suriname A340 is expected 10:36. Landing here on the Polderbaan, only one runway open by then. The retro Transavia still has to leave. It will be returning from Kalamata in Greece. ETA was 1:20 p.m. And probably the last airplane for today's show. Emirates is expected around 1:07. The meter and the ticker updates automatically. However, we can also have a look at the visualization. Insofar as there is any wind, 8 knots, it doesn't feel like that here on the ground where I'm standing. 8 knots from the south, 16 degrees C, few clouds, 4,500 feet. Wingview Sim, good morning. Xanders, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Jappie, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. If you joined us only just now, you'll probably have missed the landing of the first 747 already. Atlas Air arriving from our Miami. Landed here half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago, I think. The next quad squad arrival shall be around 10:36 local time. That's going to be the A340-600. Emirates arriving shortly after 1. The A321neo from Transavia, the retro one. Not long after that. EasyJet arriving from Gatwick next. And after that, Delta Airlines Flight 56, and I think El Al with the 7879 Dreamliner third after that. Nice start of the week, a full quad squad stream, and the Emirates and the Transavia Retro. Quad, no, not a quad, a twin contrail coming my way. A 777 of sorts, it looks like it. Oh, and another one is passing a bit closer by. I was already thinking I'm hearing something. That's a Dreamliner. United? Looks like it. Almost certain that that is a United Dreamliner that we're seeing. Lovely. JP van Ruitenbeek, goedemorgen. Gurdeep, good morning mate. Welcome back. Happy Monday to you all. Low-key wheelie. Low-key wheelie. That was nice to see. Right, let's quickly turn around. 2 widebodies coming in next. Delta Airlines flight 56 and then LL flight 337, which I think is flying over there. Yep. The number 1 on the left, number 2 in the middle. And it was United 787 to Chicago. Thank you, Saunders. Nice glide slope shot. Jan, goedemorgen. Mauro, good morning. And thank you, NJ. It came natural with good visibility. All I had to do was point the camera in the right direction. Alrighty, Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City, Utah. Wait, get loud. Idle reverse. Idle reverse. Maybe Al will do better. Al flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv, the next arrival here. And with a little bit of luck, we are going to see the 737 next after that behind it. There it is. Georgian Airways arriving from Tbilisi in Georgia. Tractor is coming this way behind me, but on the other side. Thought I heard something. Good morning, James. Good morning, me, myself, and PH Jet. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. PH Jet just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Hope you're going to like it in the lounge. The next airplane already arriving. So that's the number 3, I think. SAS flight 1553. Thank you for the vote of confidence, PH Jet. Hope you're going to like it in the lounge. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way if you need to know where stuff is. Ask around. This is all flight 337 returning from Israel, Tel Aviv. Reversers? Nope. All too disappointing us in the audio department today. The landing was sweet, as was the deltas before it, but it's lacking the audio. Do it again. Do it again. Frobisher, good morning. Fuck F arriving was damaged by belt loader in May, just coming back. Oh, really? Huh? I'm pretty sure we've seen fuck off more regularly than that. Oh. Twin jet without a contrail at the moment, but it was producing a contrail bit more back, bit further back, which is why I was able to catch it. Hard for me to read the text. Edelweiss or something? I'm not sure. you guys probably were able to see better, or look on Flight Radar, of course. Alright, next up, Georgian Airways flight 9651, arriving from Tbilisi in Georgia, 4 hours 45 minutes on the way. In the meantime, it seems that we have also crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes if you want to help this channel for free. Your likes and subscriptions help to promote the channel's content to new viewers. So if you want to bring in more people in the live chat for more fun, liking and subscribing is the way to go if you haven't done so already. Chris, good morning. STE Parker, good morning. Jero, goedemorgen, good morning. Eurowings, Manchester to Düsseldorf. Thank you, Yillard. I like the font. It's very curly, very elegant looking. And what a day when it is a 737 that is outperforming the 747 and A330s when it comes to the audio. Chris Porter, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. A super chat by Chris Porter. Have a coffee on me, mate. Cheers. Mate, thank you so much for the support and for the kind words. I will definitely have a coffee on you. Thank you so much, my friend. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead, did it anyway. Also, Mehmet once again gifting a membership. Case Storm, the recipient. Case, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. And make sure that you use those custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure you do, guys. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Get creative with them, make us laugh. The T from Transavia definitely lends itself to get creative. This is SAS flight 1553, an A320neo arriving from Stockholm. Took 1 hour 37 minutes to get here. Irish registered, interestingly. The EISIJ. That's Sierra India Juliet. Good morning, Badgerman, and good morning, Clemencia. Sail was nice, Clemencia, but it was extremely crowded. Het slenteren, walking slowly, slower than you normally would in your natural tempo, made it fatiguing. But it was really fun. Beautiful ships. It was extremely busy, but great fun. Now, me myself says Lufty 747 passing The Hague east to west at 37,000 feet. I do see a control over there. Not sure if that's the 747. The Hague is pretty far to the south from here. I suspect it might be that. Or was it west? No, east to west. This is west to east. The Hague is pretty far to the south. That's further to the south than Alkmaar is to the north. My southern horizon, my southern sky is currently looking like so, and apart from the one control that I already showed you, I'm not seeing anything moving in the opposite direction. So I'm afraid it might be a tad too far to the south. I do see and hear movement over there. They're continuing working on fortifying the dike. That's a good thing, about time. Badgerman, good morning. Dennis, goedemorgen. And another Dennis, goedemorgen. Alan, good morning. And a belated congratulations, Alan. For both you and your son. Very good morning to all those who have joined in the meantime. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the 747 arrival from Miami. It landed, I think, half an hour or so ago. There are more Quad Squad members on the way. Right now we have to wait for the next airplane to arrive. There's a KLM A330 arriving from San Bernardino, the fuck F. So apparently fuck off. Returning, I thought we saw it before, but apparently we haven't been able to see it until May. From May onward, I should say. In the meantime, let's have a look, see where the airplanes of interest are. So the Retro Transavia is in Kalamata in Greece. Not yet airborne, but once it is alive, it should pop up on my flight radar. The next Quad Squad member to arrive will arrive in 30 minutes. That's going to be the A340-600 from Suriname, USC, flying it. It's been a long time since we saw it in action in a live stream, but there you go. Usually when it arrives in the weekend, it arrives really early. So we're lucky to catch it today. Emirates is also arriving, it's on their way. It's ETA now 107, that makes it a candidate for the center runway, which will open up again first at 11, from 11 until 11:40 approximately, and then 1 till 2. But wind is blowing. Here on the ground it feels like there's less wind than is indicated in the meter. It's at 8 knots earlier, now it's 7 knots. I'm still not sensing it. It's a slight breeze, not much to write home about. Few clouds at 4,000 feet. That is it. 16 degrees C, the temperature. That's a roughly 62-ish Fahrenheit, I think. And the wind on the scale of chimney smoke also indicating calmer winds than the meter seems to indicate. Next airplane turning in, KLM Flight 1352, arriving from Prague. That's an Embraer 175 coming this way on a short circuit to the runway. And I think KLM Flight 1772 is going to do the same, arriving from Berlin. I'm already looking to the right to see if I can see it on the base leg. Some clouds in the background, which I'm not sure if that helps for better contrast or if it makes the contrast worse. I'm inclined to say the latter. Oh wait, I do have it. Let's see. Need something on the ground to have a frame of reference. It was flying towards the sugar factory, and there it is. KLM Flight 1772, the number 2, arriving from Berlin. Well, no need to ask which livery this is. The number 2 in the top and the number 1 here landing. The number 3 is turning in. Number 3 is over there. That's fuck F or fuck off. Bekito? Bekito? Bake Eto? Good afternoon. Good morning, I should say. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, where the full Quad Squad will feature in today's show. One Quad Squad member already landed, the 747. The A340 and the A380 are still underway. The Retro Transavia is not airborne yet, but it is in Kalamata in Greece and is returning and should be arriving around 1:20 p.m. Probably landing on the wrong runway, but still, I'm going to stick around until it has landed to film its landing. will probably be the last landing of today's show. In the meantime, JP van Ruitenbeek, thank you so much for your generosity. JP van Ruitenbeek just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. 5 new recipients of gifted memberships. 5 people that have access to all the 34 custom emojis for a month. Have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to JP van Ruitenbeek if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships. Have fun with the custom emojis. JP van Ruitenbeek, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. So thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Here we have KLM flight 1772 is arriving from Berlin. Obviously in the SkyTeam livery, you could already see that when it was flying base. 57 minutes on the way. Nominal flight duration Berlin, Amsterdam usually averages around an hour. So this is ballpark average. It's the PHEZX. One of 2 remaining airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. And I wonder if we're going to see the 737-900, the other airplane currently still flying in SkyTeam livery, or if we're going to miss out on it. It has happened before on multiple occasions that we saw both of them in the same stream. In fact, lately we've also had a few streams where not only did we see those 2, but also the PHBVD, which until recently was the 3rd airplane in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. Alright, fuck off is not fucking off, but coming back. From San Bernardino, A330-300, 10 hours 20 minutes to flight time. And Captain Jerry is also back in the chat. Jerome, welcome back mate, good to see ya, hope you've been well. All things considered. Hope your recovery goes well. Chris Schneider, good morning. And greetings back, mate. In the meantime, Alan, mate, thank you so much for your continued support. 2 months of membership. Upwards and onwards. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Thanks for the support thus far. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, and if not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. That was the fuck off. And no, that's not me cussing, that's just the registration of this airplane. Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Foxtrot. Dyke reinforcement still in progress. Luckily that is continuing. Now, I hope that they'll also get rid of all those piles that they have left behind, which is now overgrown by grass. Hey Conquista, good morning. Conquista is watching from Mombasa, which is in Kenya, which is in Africa. Hey Danny, goedemorgen. Oh man, all the best Jerry. Still in hospital for another month. Mate, you make sure you recover good. And be careful when you do get out. Excavator on the right and A330 playing hide and seek. Fuck off has returned. We're waiting for the next traffic to land on Polderbaan. The next airplane is flying base. That's Air Arabia Maroc, arriving from Tangier, flight 127. Not far behind it is Air Canada Flight 808, which is returning from Toronto, Canada. That's the 7878. I also see Croatia Airlines on flight radar flying over Volendam. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300, arriving from Zagreb and soon to be landing here. Wop, 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 wop. That's the excavator passing in the foreground and the A330 in the background. I'm also hearing an ambulance, which you are probably not because my microphone is pointing in the direction of the runway. Let's see if we can catch it. There it is. Field of corn over here. Not sure what they're growing here. I don't think it's a cash crop, but just a fertilizer crop or something that they'll take down again to nourish the ground and in the meantime prevent the ground from eroding away with rain. Good morning, Dutch Aviator. Good morning, Thibaut. Jerry needs to find a mail delivery of Jägermeister. Right, Air Canada has turned in. That's the number 2. Croatia Airlines should be turning in from the right in the background in a few moments. Looks like it is still a bit further away. It's always hard to estimate where those airplanes are based on what you see on flight radar. It's also hard to find them against the cloudy backdrop. I thought maybe it would provide more contrast, but I think it does the opposite. Good morning, Jimmy. Welcome back, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else. If you joined us only just now, and there I was looking in the wrong place, I think, for the third airplane, but there it is. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first Quad Squad member already. The full Quad Squad will feature in today's stream. The 747 has already landed. It landed around 9:35, I think it was. 9:40 perhaps. The next Quad Squad member to arrive here will be the Suriname A340-600, which is expected around 10:35 to 10:40. So 15 to 20 minutes out still. Prep work in progress. Hopefully they'll make haste so that we can see unobstructed Polderbaan views again as quickly as possible. Albert, goedemorgen. Good morning all others who have joined. So like I was saying, the first Quad Squad member has already landed. The next Quad Squad member is expected in 15 to 20 minutes from now. And the final Quad Squad member, the A380, is expected shortly after 1 o'clock. And 15 minutes or so after the A380, we are expecting the retro Transavia, which is currently in Kalamata in Greece and is expected to arrive here around 1:20 p.m. local time. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. We're going to catch them all, just like Pokemon. Hide your money. Air Canada is in the Netherlands. Here to take our money. Admittedly, it is a lousy bank robber announcing its arrival so loudly. Free tip from me would be to arrive more quietly. Now everybody will be on their guard and it will be harder to take the money from the Dutch. But there you go. Canadian bank robber arrived. First Lufty of the show is turning, the first CRJ of the show from Lufty is turning in, base to final, third to arrive, being preceded by a Bombardier C-Series 300. And we see the CRJ turning in the background. Bram, goedemorgen. Hidde, goedemorgen. Hey, relax guy. Indeed, Marijke. Hey, Satan. Don't be like that. Hey Jennifer, goedemorgen. Jennifer Zuiderduin, a member for 20 months already, and she is celebrating today. Morning, 20 months already. Here's to many more. Well, indeed, here's to many more, Jennifer. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Nice to see you again. Hope you've been well. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. 20 months of membership. 4 more months and you'll be turning blue. But that will be a good thing. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. The seats in the lounge are more comfy, of course. Bombardier C-Series, Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. Cabin included. And the 9A cam. Caught on camera. Marcel, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen kerel. Edward, bon dia, good morning. Oh, no. Not bon dia, but good afternoon. 01 Mike D, good morning. Cor, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. So, the next airplane arriving is BA Flight 430. Arriving from London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
39 minutes to flight time. It's an A320. Registration Golf Echo Uniform Hotel. Guh? Why are you guh? Alright, our first CRJ Lufthansa Flight 2302 arrived from Munich, CRJ 900 long range. An hour and 7 minutes on the way. Dagny. Tractor hauling some sand. Quite a big pile of sand in that trailer. And I'm wondering where did it get it from? Are they going to make the stacks higher? Or is it already removing some of the excess sand so that we have better visibility? I hope the latter. I fear the former. Maybe they need some additional sand further to the south. Earlier in the week, when standing at Victor 3, we could also see that they were working on the south side. They're working towards the north and to the south. And it seems that they began in the center or so. Right, first CRJ of the show. Will we see more? We'll have to wait and see. For now, one in the pocket. Current status quo. More blue in the sky, though not where the sun is in the sky over here. So look to the south and to the southwest, mostly blue. The sun right now being hindered by a few clouds. This is looking to the east, northeast, north, northwest, and lastly west. In the meantime, Jerome, Captain Jerry Donnelly, he went ahead, he gifted 5 memberships just now. Mate, you really did not have to do that. Make sure you have enough money to buy that mail order liquor. Get that delivered in hospital, the Jägermeister mail. You really didn't have to do that, Jerry. Thank you so much for your generosity, though. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it. Have fun with the custom emojis. Make sure you use the glide slope shot emoji and the ground crew emoji a lot. Do it for Jerry. Thank you so much, Jerry. 5 new members, courtesy of you. Hope they'll all say thank you. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. 300 likes reached. Thank you all so much for that. If you do enjoy what you have been seeing thus far and you haven't liked yet, consider adding to the likes. It'll bring in more people in the long run. More likes means more promotion for the content to viewers who don't know the channel yet, increasing the likelihood of them clicking on it, liking what they're seeing, and joining the live chat in future streams. It's also how most of you, if not all of you, ended up here at some point. So if you are enjoying the content, return the favor and drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Thing is, since the NATO Summit, most of the viewers have been returning viewers who already have found the channel. It's hard to get the new folks in. That's the algorithm that needs to do that. I'm sure it'll reset eventually. Edwin, goedemorgen. QJ, good morning. And hey, nice. Danny says 757 from Iceland Air is also arriving around 12:30 local time. Is it a standard livery or is it a special? Blue, blue, blue. Blue, 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 blue. It's all KLM. And more KLM is coming. We're going to see 4 back-to-back KLMs from here on going forward, with an Embraer 175 in the foreground, and a 737-700 as number 2, and a 787-10 as number 3, and 4th will be a 777-300ER. So this is nice, 4 KLMs, but 4 different airplane types. Same livery though. Embraer 175, up first. How do you recognize it? The big winglets that are more outward than upward facing. The Embraer 190 has smaller, relatively smaller winglets that are more vertical. These protrude more outward. Easy visual cue to discern Embraer 175 from Embraer 190. Next up will be a KLM 737-700. The 787-810 is already behind it, and the triple is turning in. So another 3 airplane glide slope shot, 3 KLMs on the glide slope. Marike, goedemorgen. And nee, Edwin, 747 already landed. The A340 is expected in 10 or so minutes from now, less than 10 minutes. And the A380 is also still underway and is expected shortly after 1 o'clock. There was only one 747 underway and it landed around 9:35 to 9:40 a.m. this morning. 737-700, no Karen cabin on board this airplane. Karen will have to sit with the plebs. Yuck. Common people. Ugh. We definitely need to speak to the manager about this. Ah, the original. Well, it still is nicer, I think, than the new livery that they have also put on the 767s these days. So that's a win to me. Yeah, well, and here is the tractor again, now empty. The sand that was in it seems to have been dumped on the south side. So I'm wondering, are they going to reduce the amount of sand hindering our visibility? I hope they are. Two back-to-back wide bodies from KLM now. This is KLM flight 644, 78710, arriving from New York, JFK. 6 hours precisely the flight time. Wow. That seems to be rather quick. Or is that just me? It's a new airplane. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Quebec. That began flying for the first time in July this year. Just as new as the Transavia Retro. Delivered in the same month. Low-key wheelie. Low-key wheelie. In the meantime, I receive a notification from PayPal. Thank you, Yuri and Daniela, for your small contribution, for your efforts. Thank you so much, both of you. Now, interesting that somebody has parked his car over here. I didn't even know that that was allowed. Hey, dankjewel. Jij ook, hè? Tot de volgende. Doei, doei. So apparently somebody with a Volvo drove up the cycling path and parked his car right behind me. That is very interesting. Pretty sure that's not allowed unless you are a farmer who has farmland over here. Or if you are military police or regular police. This is KLM flight 598. It is arriving from Cape Town, South. 11 hours and 9 minutes on the way. BHBVU is the registration. 7-year-old airplane, first flight September 2017. Indeed, Maria. Indeed. Well, Rudolf has been on vacation to Belgium. He returned this weekend. I think on Saturday. Ga zo door, I definitely will, Yuri. Thank you so much for the kind words. Well, we already saw an airplane turning in the background just now. That was EasyJet arrived from Copenhagen. That's an A319. Here in the foreground we have KLM flight 1002. That's an A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. That's the FAX A. The first A321neo of KLM's fleet, which already happened in July last year. Wow. A year and a month ago. How quickly time flies. SLM downwind along the coast. Thanks for the heads up. Let me see and zoom out. Oh no, it's flying base right now already. We probably could have been able to catch a glimpse of it. Now I'm scanning to see if I can catch it flying base. Let's also not forget to keep traffic over here in view. Yeah, well, I am seeing something. I think it's the A340. And it was somewhere over there. Yeah, there it is. There she is. Quad Squad member number 2. Suriname, flight 994, arriving from Paramaribo in Suriname. That's the A340-600. Second Quad Squad member of today's show. 747 already landed an hour ago. The A380 expected shortly after 1 o'clock. And over here we have Suriname, flight 994. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. And a very good morning to Captain Harry, who has been a member for 5 months and is celebrating today. Captain Harry, good morning and thank you so much for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it then. And I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Captain Harry. Right, Quad Squad member number 2. We're almost at 400 times digital zoom. The full 400 is this. And that looks pixelated AF. The concentric circles around the light sources indicate that we have good collimation, good alignment of the lenses. But it is still annoying. Still, it brings the objects we want to see a bit closer by. This is a long distance glide slope shot with EasyJet arriving from Prague here in the relative foreground. Also, a warm welcome to Mart. Mart just becoming our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing the Aurora Sky Lounge as your place to hang out in. You'll now have access to all the custom emojis. Make sure you use them. Have fun with them. That goes for all members, new and old. Mart, thank you so much for the support and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Time for me to have a small glass of vodka. Good morning, Jakaria. Good morning, Sparta Rotterdam. And good morning to all others who have joined. This is the second Quad Squad member of the show. The first one already landed an hour ago. Atlas Air 747, 400. After this, one more Quad Squad member to land, and that is the A380. The A380 is expected 7 minutes past 1, or at least that was the ETA last time we checked. The retro Transavia will be returning from Greece, Kalamata. It's ETA 120. It'll probably land on the center runway, but we are going to stick around until it has landed, just because we can. Quick excursion upward. Nice fat contrail by a twin jet. And is that a special livery of sorts? Or is that just the standard, what was it again? Not Emirates, not Qatar, the other one. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Perfect timing, mate. Just in time for the A340. However, you probably missed the arrival of the 747, which happened an hour ago. Still, perfect timing. Hey, and Jeff is also back. Oh, Cargo Lux instead of Atlas Air. Tomato, tomato, it was a 747. And this is the A340. Idle reversing it. Idle reversing it. Pity. Oh yeah, Etihad. Indeed, Jetstream Journeys. Right, so they're working. Here somebody is relaxing. Not sure if he is allowed here. Bird control just now passed by and oh, there is a twin jet passing overhead. Let's have a quick look and see what it is. BA, presumably. BA narrowbody. Yes, he's returning. Right, so they are still working here. Visibility is still not good. Work in progress still. Weight on the scale tuning smoke is looking like so. And the A340 over there. Beginning its taxi back to the main platform area. Midvi, good morning. And good morning to everybody else who may have joined. John Max, good morning. Janko, goedemorgen. People working, indeed. They are progressing. They are progressing. It'll probably be finished before Christmas. That's what I'm estimating right now. Ah, Ryanair. Bremen to Stansted. Thank you, Yillard. Geonetics, good morning. And good morning all others who have joined. So 2 of the 3 Quad Squad members have landed now. The 747 has landed. The A340 just now landed. Next Quad Squad member to arrive will arrive around 1 o'clock. That's the A380. There is a 757 from Iceland Air underway. And we are also awaiting the return of the retro Transavia, which will fly from Kalamata, Greece to Amsterdam and is expected around 1:20. Yeah, that's a good that's a good observation, Maria. Before Christmas, but which year? Yeah. Well, luckily, or at least I say luckily, hopefully, because I haven't been there physically to check on how the progress is going. If all is well, around the end of next month, which is in a month from now, 0927. Runway 0927 should be finished and should be open again for business, so whenever wind will become a bit more westerly, there's more action over there. Plus, it'll also make sure it'll also allow us to go to the threshold of 18 left, which is also a nice location. Next up, BizJet. NetJets arriving from Saint-Tropez. La-di-da. The fancy schmancy people are returning from Saint-Tropez in their Cessna Citation Latitude, which they rented. It's the CS Luck that is arriving, and just now, of course, was WestJet Flight 70 arriving from Halifax. Alan is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Agar, goedemorgen. And Danny informing us that the retro Transavia just now took off from Kalamata. So yeah, ETA around 1:20. That's what the schedule was mentioning. Has it taken off in time? If it has, the ETA should also be good. Edward says, the streets around you are surprisingly quiet. Well, this is a cycling path, which is already quiet regardless. And there's no other streets in my immediate vicinity. I'm standing here between acres of farmland. So it's always quiet over here, particularly now that in 2/3 of the country the schools have begun again. Much quieter. The Cessna Citation is approaching, and so too is a tractor filled with sand. It went empty to the north, it's now driving to the south. Once again, filled to the brim with what looks to be sand. sand, dirt, whatever. Right, NetJets. Cessna Citation Latitude with la-di-da fancy schmancy people returning from Saint-Tropez. Or maybe empty. Surprising big amount of BizJet flights are empty. Just relocating. People who didn't book a round trip, but just a one-way ticket. It looks like somebody was in it. 1 or 2 people. Wow. And now these people still have to sit all the while as the airplane has to taxi all the way back to the general aviation platform, which is diametrically on the other side of the airport. Almost the furthest away that you can get while still being on Schiphol Airport. So yeah, good luck with that. Another half hour of taxiing. Quick turn back to see Lufthansa land. Lufty Flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. That's an A320 and a widebody behind it. Lufty new livery. Our members have access to the old livery, which looks better. Yeah, you're right, Paul. At least they can finish their champagne during the taxi. Yeah, the taxi will take them 20 minutes, I'd say. It depends on how quickly the jets goes during the straight bits. Of course, the corners, they'll have to slow down. I'm most surprised by how quickly the airplanes are taxiing to the Polderbaan when on board one of them. When you have to take off from the Polderbaan, when they're taxiing to the Polderbaan next to the center runway, and it's a long straight line that they have to taxi in. I've got the feeling that they're going really quickly. And indeed, QJ, the new liveries don't always look better. Most of them don't. A few of them do. I, for one, personally think that the new livery from Saudia looks much better than that beige old livery. All right. Rudder landing check, wheelie check, reversers question mark. Nope. Now the full bingo card landing. Hey Ramon, goedemorgen. Yeah, me too, Danny and Paul. You can book those relocation flights. They're still not cheap. I have looked into it once. Just curious. Next up will be TUI Flight 822. Arriving from Cancun in Mexico. 7878 Dreamliner. The Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Juliet. 8 hours 50 minutes the flight time. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in January 2015. And the tractor once again emptied, driving north. It's going to pick up sand somewhere, but I don't know where. Let's see while we aren't having any immediate landings. Let's see where this tractor is going to get its sound from. So, driving along the runway to the north. Hey Daniel, good morning. It's almost 11 and the first airplane to the center runway has turned in. Flight radar tells us that Air France flight 1444 will be the first landing on center. Means they are, well, are they really early? By the time it lands, it'll be 5 to the hour or so. Nah, even. Oh wait, there's an excavator. So there's the excavator. That is presumably. Oh, there are multiple. There you go. Never paid much attention to it, but there's a couple of excavators over there. That's undoubtedly where it gets its sand from. Good morning, Guillaume. And good morning, Penky. Alright. So now we probably know where the tractor gets its sand from. Another Etihad. Now I'm starting to recognize them more readily. Another Etihad Dreamliner. And what's that? Is that a buzzard? Almost in my zenith. Air Icarus. Careful, don't get burned by the sun. Don't get too close. In the meantime, JetBlue flight 631 is arriving. Arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. And you can see the parallel arrivals have begun. Almost 11, from 11 until 11:40, parallel arrivals will commence. Good morning, John. Good morning, Jan. Good morning, Bram. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Kevin. Kevin, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. He just now became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Hope you're going to like it in the lounge. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Make sure you have fun with those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal as well, Kevin. They're there to have fun with, so make sure you do. Jennifer says it looked like a buzzard. There you go. Dr. Drax, good morning. MVDL, good morning. Ferrers, goedemorgen. Big Ben, good morning. Now, Big Ben is present. Where is Small Ben? Is Small Ben here as well? For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You already missed 2 of the 3 Quad Squad members that will arrive in today's show. A 747 already landed around 9:35. We had the A340 here. What was it? 20 minutes ago? 15 minutes? 20 minutes ago? The next Quad Squad member to land here will be the Emirates A380 with an ETA of shortly past 1 o'clock. It's probably going to land on the center runway. We still should be able to see it from here quite easily. The last airplane of today's show is likely going to be the retro Transavia, which is airborne already on its way back from Kalamata, Greece, and with an estimated time of arrival of 1:20 or so p.m. It's arriving from the east at a time where 2 runways will be open, so it's a very likely candidate to be landing on the center runway as well, but most of you will know by now that from here we can see arrivals to the center runway quite well. Ferrer's also renewing his membership. Welcome back, mate. We kept your seat warm. Thanks for renewing your membership. Everything is still the way you left it. Welcome back, mate. Good to have you. One Switch, goedemorgen. And thanks for the kind words. Edward, good morning. Annette, goedemorgen. KLM Asia is returning from Toronto, which obviously is in the north of Asia. 6 hours 28 minutes on the way. KLM flight 696 this was. 777-200 arrived from Toronto, Canada. Next up is going to be an E2 Embraer 195 with the 1700th E-Jet sticker on it. Before that will land, I am going to take off one of the layers of clothing that I am wearing. I've got my premium hoodie on and a vest below it, and that is getting a tad too warm with the sun now shining more vigorously. I'll be back in a moment. Always a tad involved when you are wearing something with a hoodie over something with a hoodie. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1918, returning from Zurich. And Rick Meester also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Long time no speak. Hope you've been well in the meantime. Rick Meester is also celebrating 28 months of membership. Won't be long before the 29th month will be there. You and Captain Jerry will be the first two to get there. Everything is well on my end. Hope that also goes for you, Rick. Right, still in the process of fine-tuning the clothing. I've got a transmitter here for my wireless mic. That also needs to be put back. Alright, that is now at the right spot. There we go. Now just a vest on over my t-shirt. Things are warming up, but you never know. If it stays cloudy and the wind picks up, it'll get cold again, and you'll even need gloves at moments. If the sun starts shining, you'll be wearing too many layers of clothing. Next up is United Airlines flight 968, arrived from San Francisco, 777-200 10 hours and 3 minutes in the way, the November 27015. It's already an oldie, relatively speaking, 25 years old, first flight February 2000. Good morning to everybody who has joined. Jay Wijnands, Adrie. And happy to hear that, Rick. Good morning, Fossie. And Jacqueline, good morning. United. With not the prettiest and cleanest of flap surfaces. Right, well, they're still working. They're still working. Our next airplane shall be EasyJet flight 27549 arriving from Faro. That's an A319. And something red for the members next after that. Make good use of that custom emoji while we still can. It's almost September. And after September comes October. And allegedly that is the last month that we are going to see play over here. At least for the time being. Obviously, I hope it's not going to go through, but I fear it will. Oh, I'm hearing something overhead. Let's have a look. Twin jet, producing a beautiful contrail. Further down already, right? Huh? Yeah. It produced a contrail and then it stopped producing a contrail. Quite clearly, Lufty. And full tractor once again passing by. That was EasyJet. Next up, we'll see the play Embraer. No, not Embraer. Play A320neo. Play flight 460, arriving from Reykjavik, Iceland, 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way. The TFPPE, Tango Foxtrot Papa Papa Echo. One of the last months of being able to see it here in Schiphol Airport, at least according to the plans. Martin, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. We can see behind the play is a 777. That is arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. First up, play flight 460, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight October 2022. Now, interestingly, there's also an Embraer 170 flying in on the glide slope to runway 22. I can already see the airplane. It's a Britty Hopper Embraer 170 arriving from London Biggin Hill. Not exactly sure why they aren't landing it. Well, maybe the taxi, if it is a bizjet or something, but it's a regular Britty Hopper Embraer 170. That's interesting to see. There it is. That's just a regular Britty Hopper Embraer 170 that normally we see land here on the active runway, not on the bizjet runway, so to speak. So I'm not exactly sure why that is. It's a Britty Hopper Embraer 170 long range arriving from London Biggin Hill. Hey there, Bryn, good morning. Right, next up, KLM 777-300ER, flight 592, arrival from Johannesburg, South Africa, the PHBVK, Bravo Victor Kilo. This is a 12-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in May 2013. ITA passing in the background. ITA flight 108, arrival from Rome, going to the wrong way. Either reverse landing, as we're used to from KLM. And this is ITA flight 108 going to the wrong way.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
That is such a bummer. Right, big picture. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the west. This is what it looks like to the east. This is what it looks like to the south. So we can see high clouds everywhere. And also here and there clouds that seem to be growing. One example of that is over there. And more clouds that seem to be growing are over there. And so too is one on the west of me and southwest. Not sure what's going to happen, how much more cloudy it'll get as the day progresses, but it's looking to become one of those days that'll begin with sunshine and will get more cloudy as the day progresses. E2 Embraer 195 up next. KLM flight 1198 arrival from Oslo. Empty tractor once again going to the north. So it is depositing sand further south. Not in the vicinity over here, because otherwise we would have been able to see the dumping. Now they were also at work towards the southern threshold, so I'm thinking maybe they need the sand over there. Petrikov is also back in the chat, and Petrikov is celebrating 2 months of membership. Thank you so much for the support, Petrikov. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. And if something is no longer to your liking, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it then. Thank you so much thus far for all the support. Good morning, Tommy. Good morning, RK. Tuning in from Berlin. Good morning. I'm looking up. Yes, this time I am seeing it. It's almost in my zenith. It's a small airplane with a propeller. And now against the cloudy backdrop, harder to see. First has to clear my zenith. No, now I'm not seeing it anymore. It was flying in my zenith. It's flying somewhere against this backdrop, and that backdrop, I will tell you, is not helping to see that airplane, which I happened to see when it was flying against a blue sky backdrop. As soon as it is, because it is below the clouds. On paper it should be visible. Maybe if I was already following it before it hit the clouds visually, I would have been able to continue following it, but it was flying in my zenith. Didn't have the opportunity to point the camera in its direction yet. Those bastards. For once I happened to see it. Because it happens so often that you hear it and you're not seeing it. This time I was able to see it. Oh well. Better luck next time. Parallel arrivals are in progress. It's 11:11 and the parallel arrivals are expected to last for another 30 or so minutes. From 11:40 until 1 o'clock, once again, Polderbaan will become the only runway for inbound traffic. The next Quad Squad member arriving is going to be the Emirates A380, which was expected around 1:07 last time we checked. Earlier in the morning it was 1:01, so there seems to be a tendency for it to lose some more time. It's probably going to land on the center runway. That's already managed the expectations. Around 1:20, we're expecting the retro Transavia A321neo returning from Kalamata in Greece, already airborne. And unless something really interesting is following right behind it, it's also going to be the last airplane for today's show. Arnold, goedemorgen. And good morning to everybody else who joined in the meantime. Hey, huh? What? Am I seeing this properly? Hey, huh? Okay. Well, interesting to see that Aegean is the next arrival here. Now, I was double checking to see if I saw that correctly, but it seems that I did. Aegean arrival from Athens, which is arrival from the east. Ordinarily, 9 out of 10 times when parallel arrivals are in progress, it lands on the runway. For some reason, this one is directed to this runway. And I was already checking, does that mean that the parallel arrivals are over? But it isn't. If you look further to the north, you can see KLM flight 1828 is still on the glide slope to the center runway. It is arriving from Stuttgart. So why this airplane is landing here, I don't know. But the G is landing, Aegean flight 3624. 3 hours, 20 minutes on the way. That seems that long. Normally speaking, Athens and Istanbul average around 3 hours of flight time. SXNAE, nee. Nee doesn't have a Karen cabin. Karens will have to sit in between the common people, the plebs. She's gonna want to speak to the manager about this. We all know that. And good morning, Tommy Jeffs. Thank you for the kind words. Pearson Bell also back. Good to see you, mate. What is up? Well, hopefully not my cholesterol or blood pressure. Lance is also back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well, all things considered. So, if you joined us only just now, you probably have missed 2 of the 3 Quad Squad members arriving. The full Quad Squad will feature in today's show. That means all the quad-engined airplanes that frequent Schiphol Airport, namely 747, A340 and A380. The A340 and 747 have already landed. Only one 747 was airborne when the stream began, barring any unforeseen 747 bonus queens that will arrive from, for instance, Paris. That would be the only 747 in today's show. This is what is called a Conta. Very specific sound, very specific sight. Usually for people who aren't very mobile due to old age or a handicap. They are allowed to drive on cycling paths. Their insurance plate is the same as one for mopeds, 50cc mopeds. They're not allowed to go faster than, I think, 50. They sometimes do. It's a hinder when they drive on the road and you drive in an actual real car and you're stuck behind them and you cannot overtake them. They're too fast for cycling paths and too slow for the road that the cars drive on. This was Smartlinks flying on behalf of Air Arabia Morocco. It arrived from Nador, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of Aphrodite. Also back in the chat. Thijs, goedemorgen. Martien, goedemorgen. Abhishek, good morning. Gallows Close, good morning. So the only Quad Squad member that we're still waiting for is the A380, the 747 and A340 already landed. 9:35 and 10:35 to 40-ish, their local arrival times. The A380 is expected around 1 o'clock. Well, couple of minutes past 1, so probably a candidate for the center runway. And so too will the retro Transavia be a candidate for the center runway most likely. Arrival from Kalamata in Greece, airborne already, estimated time of arrival 1:20 or so p.m. There's a slight breeze blowing from the south today, which is why the airplanes are landing on the Polderbaan and right now on the center runway. It's 11:16, parallel arrivals are in progress. That's expected to stay so until approximately 11:40. You can see by the windmills in the background, the wind isn't very hard. Is this Captain Wheelie? Has Captain Wheelie returned? No. That was looking promising initially, but then the nose gear came down relatively quickly. I think Captain Wheelie has jumped ship. I suspect he may have gotten his A320 type rating and is now flying for Vueling. Last two long wheelies that we have seen here, at least from narrowbodies, have been from Vueling. So we have an A319 arriving from Bristol, and then KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena in the background. The one arriving from Cartagena is a 787-10. The one in the foreground is an A319. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see where the airplanes of interest are at. So the Emirates A380 is flying over Hungarian airspace, and once again now an ETA of 101. So interesting, if it's going to make up a few more minutes, it might actually be a candidate for the Polderbaan, who knows. We've seen stranger things happen. ETA of 120, firmly the A321neo in retro livery from Transavia. Candidate for the center runway, unfortunately, but still we should be able to see it quite well from over here. The METAR in the ticker updates automatically, but it's nice to have a look at the visuals once every now and again. The wind is blowing from the south, 8 knots. It feels less windy than the METAR consistently says it is. 18 degrees the temperature, just a tad under 70 Fahrenheit, and few clouds at 4,400 feet. That is the current status quo. It's been very consistent all throughout the show thus far. A layer of few clouds around 3,500 to 4,500 feet. Good visibility otherwise. But over here in the grass where I am standing, it has been mostly wind still all throughout the show. I'm not sensing an 8-knot wind here. Nor does the grass show any wind that is in the vicinity of 8 knots over here. Then inward a bit further to the northeast, where the scale of chimney smoke chimneys are, it does seem to be a tad more windy. Hey Casper, goedemorgen. And good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. Next airplane arriving is KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena, which is in Colombia, which is right next door to
Ecuador!
It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo India. 8 hours and 53 minutes the flight time. It is a 4-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in August 2020. Iberia flight 731 will be next after that. The lights are already visible to me, not to you, in the background, further to the left, out of the field of view. It's an A320, arriving from Madrid. Oh, well. Well. Did you guys see how buttery slowly that main gear touched down with first the last set of wheels and then the front set of wheels? It's the type of buttery landing that you normally see only on A330s. I wasn't even aware that you could also do that. Well, I guess if you have adequate skills you can. You don't see these a landing this buttery with a Dreamliner that regularly. Indeed, Paul, Captain Wheelie seems to have been listening to me. That was a sweet one. That was a sweet one. I'm particularly surprised by how gently and buttery that main gear touchdown was. That's usually something that you only see with A330s, who first touch down with one set of wheels, then the entire main gear, and then after a sizable wheelie, the front gear comes down as well. I'll drink a small glass of vodka to that. Before we continue with Iberia. Not Iberia Express, regular Iberia. Flight 731 arriving from Madrid. 2 hours and 4 minutes the flight time. This is the Echo Charlie, India Echo Foxtrot, ICEF. Oh, you could see that the pilot flying applied a bit more elevators, upward elevator. The nose gear came up a little bit. Well, interestingly, since parallel arrivals are in progress, we are now seeing a second anomaly where Aegean would normally land on the center runway. This airplane would normally land on the Polderbaan. This is KLM flight 924, which is arriving from Eden.
Bruh.
And for some reason has been assigned to the wrong way. Still, KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton is next here on the Polderbaan. And behind it is an E2 Embraer arriving from Dublin, also from KLM. KLM flight 1070, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Southampton. 51 minutes the flight time. The Papa Hotel November X-ray uniform. The airplane is a year old. First flight somewhere in 2024. The month not specified on flight radar. It looks like a pregnant Embraer with big wings, big engines. That belly is protruding, much like how the belly of the A330 also seems to be very protruding. It's also one of the reasons that aesthetically I don't like the A330 that much. I do like the A330, but for different reasons than aesthetics. On some airplanes, that protrusion where the main gear also retracts into seems more pronounced, and the E2 Embraers and the A330s are two airplane types that you definitely see that on. Ample housings. Hey, Stephen is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hank asks, what are they building there on the Polderbaan? They're not building anything. They are reinforcing the additional sand from the dike reinforcement. It should finish somewhere before the end of our lives. In a couple of years or so. In the meantime, one after the other Embraer is flying in to both runways. Not much to write home about in that respect. KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. And we saw KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Right now, we have to wait a bit. There is another airplane to the Polderbaan turning in the distance. I think this is it. And I'm also hearing something pass by directly overhead, right in my zenith. It's a twin jet. The clouds are in the way and are going to be in the way until it is really far away. So the airplane passing overhead is flying behind these clouds. If I zoom out fully, it's on this course. So only over there, where those other control remnants are, am I going to be able to see it. By which time it will be so far away, only small details of it will be visible. And only that. Now, where was that twinkling little light? There it is. That's the next airplane coming for the Polderbaan. Another one is turning in behind it. This is an Embraer 190 that we are seeing twinkling, arriving from Aberdeen. In the meantime, it is narrow bodies galore with a 737-700 going to center and a Corendon Max 9 arriving from Hurghada. I wonder, is that the... yeah, it is. That's the Tattoo Max 9. Hard to see from so far away. You'll see the scribblings, but you won't be able to see the intricate details of the livery. Tattoo artist, well known in the Netherlands, called Henk Schiefmacher, designed it. He's a tattoo artist, so if you were able to see the details, you'd see it looks like one big ass tattoo. From this distance, of course, you can see that there are details on the livery, but well, this is what I can show you. It's all digital zoom, it's all pixel magnification, not even enhancement. Deterioration, I would call it more rather. Right. The crayfish fisher is also checking the nets in the water. If you thought you heard a boat passing by just now, it's because you did. Okay, lift flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen, is going to be the next arrival here. Embraer 190. On its left, you can see more lights twinkling. That's an Embraer 175, KLM flight 1076, arriving from Bristol. Another Embraer 190 is approaching behind it, arriving from Luxembourg, and an Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle will be next after that. So if you are a fan of Embraer 190s, don't go away. This one's especially for you, this half hour. Nigel also back in the chat, and Oksana is as well. Good to see Oksana and Nigel too, and all others who may have joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, north of the excrement bridge. They're still working on the dike reinforcements. The poles have been put into the ground only partially. They still have to be placed further down, and then those boards also have to be placed between them and the sand. Those boards are laying over there, and they'll form the edge of the dike, the reinforced dike. Still some way to go before they'll be finished here. I hope they'll also take that excess sand with them, so that we will once again get an unobstructed view of the Polderbaan, allowing us also to stand a bit further closer to the water so that we can see what's happening in the water as well, without losing sight of the airplanes, because of course the closer you get to the water, the lower in the grass field you will get. And the higher you need to position everything on your tripod. I am already placing the camera higher than normally would have been the case, just so you can see over the piles of sand. I see that Evan has also returned in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Jendrusek as well. I saw your message just when I was closing off the stream. I thought you guys mentioned that you were coming back on the 25th. I wasn't expecting anything. I only saw it after you guys had landed and just before I clicked on the stop stream button. I did check, but I wasn't sure. I don't think I saw anything. I don't think I saw any shine, any lights being shown from the A380. You got confused in your planning. That's what I was thinking too. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Hope you guys did have a good stay in Bali. Right. KLM City Hopper. Anyway, goedemorgen. And Sander also back. Good to see you again, mate. Well, you saw me. That's good. Hope you guys took a picture. If so, please send it to me. I'm curious to see what it looks like. Oh, I totally forgot. I also got sent a picture the other day from Istanbul Marine and Plane Spotting or something. I have to check his name again. He was the lad who was landing in a flight when I was filming at the Polderbaan, and he took a picture of me filming the airplane he was landing in when standing at the Polderbaan, and it was actually a good picture where you are, if you know what my setup looks like, you are able to instantly recognize me. It was very nice. I did ask permission to post it, totally forgot to do it. Been so busy. Let me see if I will remember to do that. Picture of yours truly, but taken from a landing plane on the Polderbaan while I was filming arrivals on the Polderbaan. Really nice. Not easy if you have ever been on an airplane and tried to watch for a certain person standing next to the runway, whether it is here or at the Polderbaan. It's extremely hard to do that because things move by so quickly. Right, we're almost done. The next widebody is already behind the Embraer 190. That will form the last for the time being. Hey, Sarah, also back in the chat. Good to see you. And welcome to the show, everybody else. So it's a full Quad Squad day today, with all 3 Quad Squad members featured in today's show. The A340 and the 747 already landed. Only one 747 coming in this show, featuring in this show, unless there will be another one which will depart from Paris or so. But airborne there was only one, at least before the A380. The A380 still has to land here. It'll arrive here in 1.5 hours or so from now, around 1 o'clock. Last time we checked, its ETA was 101. Earlier it has been 107, so still not sure which runway it will land on. The likely last airplane of today's show, depending on whether something interesting will follow right behind it or not, will be the A321neo from Transavia, which is returning from Kalamata in Greece and is expected to land around 1:20. Granted, it will land on the runway, but still, it will be nice to see. Right, next up, Delta Airlines Flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. A330-300. November 806, November Whiskey, 6 hours 53 minutes flight time. 21-year-old airplane, first flight February 2004. okay. I am not angry, but I am disappointed. The wheelie could have been longer and the audio could have been louder. But then again, such is life. At least they're working here. They're working on getting things done here, which at some point it will. Good morning, Stranger's Advice, and good morning to all others. Kevin is indicating that the A380 is now planned to arrive around 1:01. So yeah, which runway it will land on, we'll get to see once it is approaching Dutch airspace. If Bezoekbus is working by then. David, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others. Next up, KLM flight 1704, E2 Embraer 195 arrival from Brussels, the PHNXG. And once again, a full tractor, or at least a tractor with a full trailer filled with sand, which it has picked up north of the runway. Even the lids cannot close because of the amount of dirt or soil that is in it. Now they are also doing the same work of reinforcing the dikes south of the runway, or at least around the south side. And here's the E2 Embraer arriving from Brussels, KLM flight 1704. Right, it's 11:38 and at the moment I am no longer seeing traffic being directed to the central runway, so it looks like the parallel arrivals have stopped once again. And everything inbound is assigned to Polderbaan. If all is well, that's going to continue until approximately 1 o'clock. In the meantime, I'm looking to my left, towards the west, towards the coast, to see if I can spot a glimpse of the 777 arriving from Panama City, which is flying to the north on a downwind leg. It's again a case of knowing where you need to look. If all is well, it should be visible, but you need to know exactly where you need to look. Right now I am failing to see the 777. Might be a bit further away already. Bart is also back in the chat. And Sarah went plane spotting across from Boston yesterday. It was a beautiful day, especially when she saw the Condor plane, the blue Condor, fly in front of me. Nice. Was it also landing or taking off from Boston, or was it just passing overhead to a different destination? The other day, I wanted to weigh myself and my electric scales batteries had died. AA batteries, rechargeable, so I took them out and I went to find my charger. Those batteries were white and green striped. I immediately thought, oh, my batteries are in the Condor livery. Never really noticed until now. Not exactly, I wouldn't call myself a fan of the livery, but I do find it is a very striking airplane that is instantly recognizable. It's the same with Play. It's vivid red. It's not my favorite color, but it is striking and instantaneously recognizable as Play. And that's a good thing. Commercially speaking, it's a good thing if you immediately know what it is. A Boeing 747, instantly recognizable. A Concorde, instantly recognizable. KLM Blue, for most people, instantly recognizable. ITA Blue, instantly recognizable. Green white stripes, Condor, immediately, for all people who know. Now we have open blue sky again above me, and that allows me to do some control spotting myself. And this would be a Lufty in the old livery. The one that we also have a custom emoji for the members for. Nice Lufthansa 747 in the old livery. And is that a wide body coming our way? While we are on the subject of following things that are further away. That's a Delta A330 taking off probably. That's not coming this way. Stranger is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Ah, nice. Condor was landing. Flew right in front of you. That must have been sweet. I assume you have taken some nice pictures of that Condor passing overhead. Good morning, Ethan, Storm Eagle, and all others who may have joined in the meantime. Roberts instantly recognizable, Daniel says. Air Canada, indeed. Not the Pre, but Dossie. Right, we are going to see a couple more narrow bodies for now, an Embraer 190, and then another Embraer 190, and if all is well, after that, a 777-300ER. That 777, according to flight radar, yeah, there it is, approaching the not the threshold, the glide slope. If you thought you heard a space vehicle passing by, that's because an electric car from a security company just now passed me by on the cycling path. Right, 2 consecutive Embraer 190s, then a 777, then an... Oh, Air Oinkoink after that. Ethan, are you up early or up late still? Still early. Well, then again, I can also ask the same question to Sarah, who is also up early, presumably. Are you guys early birds or night owls? I, for one, am a night owl, which always is difficult when you have to get up early, but find it very hard to go to bed before midnight. Next up, KLM Flight 972. It's an Embraer 190 arriving from Humberside. And after that, on the top left, you can see KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. That's a 777-300ER. KLM Flight 972 is actually a Britty Hopper Embraer 190 arriving from Humberside. It's an Embraer 190 long range, and 42 minutes it has flown already. What a long range it has been, 197 nautical miles. This airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was somewhere in 2007. Month not specified. Drew Gambino is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 1 at right. Primary runway for arrivals today. Wind blowing from the south. On paper it says 7 to 8 knots. Objectively, subjectively here, it doesn't feel like there's any wind at all. Which makes it also warmer than the meter says it is. Because the sun is shining relatively unobstructedly today. With little to no wind. That makes for a warm day. If you joined us later, you probably missed the 747 and the A340 already landing. There was only one 747 underway. So barring any surprise Queen's arrival from, for instance, Paris, we're not going to see any in today's stream anymore. Also, only one A340. Still, it's better than nothing. The A380 is still underway. Last time we checked, its ETA was 101. So whether it'll land on the center runway or on Polderbaan remains to be seen. A candidate for the center runway will be the A321neo Retro Transavia. And that was a 777, actually using the reversers. KLM flight 758, it was arriving from Panama City. 9 hours and 34 minutes on the way to PHBVN. Retro Transavia will be the last airplane for today's show, unless, of course, it is immediately followed by more interesting airplanes, wide bodies or anything. Probably not going to be the case, since it'll be after the A380 has arrived. Usually after that it's mostly narrow bodies, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 wide bodies, and then it starts picking up again with more wide bodies landing around 4 to 5 p.m, which is usually the beginning of the evening rush hour, the inbound rush hour, where all the wide bodies from East Asia are arriving. Now, there's definitely a few more wide bodies coming to the Polderbaan in the next couple of minutes. You can already see a 3 airplane glide slope shot with airplane number 3 being KLM flight 601, arriving from LAX. First up, it's Air Oink Oink, flight 1251 Pegasus or Pegasus. It's an A321neo. Flight time from Istanbul to Amsterdam today on this flight has been 3 hours and 23 minutes, and that makes it delayed. Usually the flight time Istanbul-Amsterdam averages around 3 hours. I'd call 23 minutes more. Either they have flown a different route, or the timer already started ticking when they still were underground, or they must have had a lot of headwind. Pearson has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, Pearson. Hopefully see you again on Thursday then, which is, weather permitting, when I'll do my next stream. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Many more airplanes are coming, and we are going to try to catch them all, just like Pokemon. The KLM Dreamliner arriving from LAX, and you can see another airplane in the background that is turning in. That's not the immediately following airplane, because that just now did its turned its lights on over there. The airplane that you saw in the background is 2 airplanes next after the Dreamliner. So that would make the 4th arrival, I think. A jet arriving from Istanbul. Right, well, this Embraer 190 has landed. Let's focus our attention. And here we have 3 airplanes in view. On the right, in the center, if you will, KLM flight 604, 78710, arriving from LAX. After that, Transavia flight 5624, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, 737-800. Turkish, or no, a jet, I should say. Max 8 737 arriving from Istanbul after that. And after that, 2 wide bodies. Both of them seem to be from KLM. One from Bonar, the other from Vancouver. And apparently we are halfway towards an airplane dance, says Paul. Have we crossed through 500 already? Thank you all so much for the support. If you do like what you have been seeing and you want to help this channel for free, liking and subscribing if you haven't done so already is the way to go. What it does is promoting the channel's content to viewers who haven't heard of the channel yet. The more they see thumbnails, the more likely it'll be that they click on it one day. And if they only do that and find out what an awesome community this channel has, they'll happily want to stick around, just like you guys at one point did. And we'll have more people in the live chat to have fun with together. Transavia is next. After that, a jet, and after that, an A330, which is still turning in according to flight radar. And oh yeah, there it is. For some reason, when it is flying a little bit sideways, it's easier to see sometimes than when they are flying straight towards you. Right, so this is Transavia flight 5624, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. 2 hours and 15 minutes to flight time. It's the Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu India. First flight was in April 2000. Quarter of a century old, this airplane. A quarter century ago, there were no Karens. They hadn't been invented yet, so there's no Karen cabin on board this airplane. Then again, Karens wouldn't want to fly in an old airplane like this to begin with, so it's probably not a big problem. NJ is back, MK is back. Welcome to the show, guys. If you join us only later, you probably missed the landings of the 747 and A340. You are still in time to witness the landing of the A380, which is expected in an hour and 7 to 8 minutes from now. And that makes it an interesting question. Where is it going to land? What runway will it be assigned to? About 20 minutes before its estimated time of arrival, it'll probably enter Dutch airspace, and by then we should be able to see on Bezoekbas or Omgevingsinfo Schiphol the runway assignment, if the website isn't down like it has been a few times recently. A jet, or as it's featured on the livery, in this case Anadolu jet, arriving from Istanbul. And here too, 3 hours and 25 minutes of flight time, so for some reason the flights from Istanbul to Amsterdam today have been taking a bit longer than normally would have been the case. I'm wondering, are they rerouted? Or is there a lot of headwind underway? Anyway, it's time to quickly turn back, have a look at the A330-300 Fuck D. That is now coming to the Polderbaan. The next arrival, KLM flight 767, arriving from Bonaire. A330-300. The PH-AKD, aka the Fuck D. "13-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in March 2012. And after that, A777-300R, KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. And again, a tractor here in the foreground, filled with sand, which it obtained further to the north, and it's taking it further south. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. KLM flight 682 is next to land, arrival from Vancouver, Canada. There it is. It's 777-300ER. 8 hours and 50 minutes on the way. The PHBVI, Bravo Victor, India. The airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in June 2012. The airplane that you see at its 10 o'clock is KLM flight 964, arrival from Teesside or Darlington, probably a Britty hopper. Yep, clicking on flight radar. That is affirmative. A320neo arrival from Nice, which is nice. Should become the third airplane. It's now base and should be flying in from the left in the background at some point. Though I am not sure that we are able to catch that, since the triple is already so close to the threshold and will be touching down soon. So yeah, they're making good progress now with the poles. I'd say they've almost gotten to the point of the bridge. Stacy is also back. Good to see you, Stacy. And Menno, good afternoon. Stranger says A380 crossing Schiphol. Well, I'm not seeing an A380. I do see a twin jet over here. Where is it? No. Can't see anything else in the immediate vicinity except that twin jet. Still looking up to see if maybe I'm able to see a quad-engined airplane that isn't producing a control, but I'm not seeing anything. Rodney also back in the chat. Happy Monday, mate. Rare appearance on a Monday. Yeah, well, I didn't do a stream on Saturday because I went to sail with Lisa, so I already announced it a couple of days before that I was going to do a compensatory stream on Monday. It's because I didn't do a stream on Saturday. Right, now, let's see. This is the Embraer arriving from Teesside, the Britty hopper. Next up will be EasyJet. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Nice, which is nice. 1 hour and 35 minutes on the way. The OELST. It is only a year old. First flight February 2024. That's interesting. Transavia arriving from Olbia behind it. And the third airplane you're now seeing is also Transavia arriving from Corfu. That's 2 737-800s from Transavia following the EasyJet. And a tractor. Once again, with an empty trailer headed north to pick up more sand, undoubtedly. Well, it's good to see that at least they're making progress with those poles. The BAVAC summer break seems to have been done, and they're back to work. Still, I'm wondering how much more time they will need before the entirety of the Polderbaan has been finished. I wonder which will finish first, the maintenance of 0927 or here their reinforcement of the dyke. So this is Transavia flight 6918 arriving from Olbia, 2 hours and 5 minutes. The flight time, Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Alpha, the registration. The airplane is 16 years old. Its first flight was in June 2009. And if you say, hey, that was a beautiful livery, I want to see that again, you're in luck, because you will be able to. I also see a big fat contrail being formed here, which I suspect might be done by a quad-engined airplane. It's flying over there somewhere. I can see the contrail forming, but it's hard to pick out, to make out the airplane itself. Yeah, those high clouds are very annoyingly in the way. A lot of good opportunities to film overhead traffic thwarted by the weather gods. Then again, I'm not complaining. It's dry, it's not cold. Could have been much worse already. Well, if you like that previous Transavia 737, here's another one for you. Right, something big coming my way. Is that a Chinese triple, or is that, yeah, that's a Chinese triple. Chinese triple on its way back to China, undoubtedly. Turning around so that the cables don't get tangled. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1004, arriving from London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a stream with arrivals here at the Polderbaan, and the entirety of the Quad Squad will feature in today's show. All quad-engined airplanes that regularly visit Schiphol will be featured in today's show. We're still waiting for the A380, the A340 and the 747 have already landed. We're also awaiting the arrival of the retro Transavia A321neo, which is underway from Kalamata in Greece. It'll arrive around 1:20. It'll undoubtedly go to the wrong runway, but we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. It's going to be the last airplane for today's show, unless something really interesting is following right behind it. The 747 landed around 9:35 local time, and an hour or so later, between 10:35 and 10:40, the A340 landed. Last time we checked, the ETA of the A380 was 1:01. So we're still unsure yet which runway the A380 is going to land on. There is still, albeit small, chance that it might be landing here on the Polderbaan. Approximately 20 to 30 minutes beforehand, it'll enter Dutch airspace and we'll be able to see the runway assignment on omgevingsinfo Schiphol. Adriaan, goedemiddag. Richie, good morning. Michael, also back, good to see you, mate. Thus far, only one CRJ that you have missed. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see where the airplanes of interest are currently at. So the Emirates A380 is about to enter German airspace from the Czech Republic and has an ETA right now of 1:03. So I'm not going to count on it going to Polderbaan. I'm still thinking it's going to land on the runway, but we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. Now with an ETA of 122 is the retro Transavia. Weather-wise, not much going on. Wind from the south, 8 knots of wind or so. Although it feels like much less here. Has been all the while. Things here really calm. 4 knots of wind, that seems more in line with what I've been sensing. Temperature now 20 degrees C, roughly 70 F. And there's a stubborn layer of clouds, few clouds, at around 3,500 to 4,500 feet. German Airways Embraer 190 with the pointillism inspired tail. German flag in dots. Time for some much needed variation. We are now finally going to see a widebody again. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. 777 freighter, 7 hours and 35 minutes of flight time. Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Victor is the registration. The airplane is a year old, first flight July 2024. Behind it, another widebody. That was Delta Airlines Flight 144 that I showed you a glimpse of. An A330neo. So, good chance it might get loud. First, let's see what Emirates will do. Emirates idle reversing. Nice landing, but it should have been louder. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. A330neo, the November 402 Delta X-ray. 9 hours and 12 minutes underway. The airplane 6 years old, first flight May 2019. Next after that will be a Transavia 737 because we need to see one every so many minutes. Otherwise, some of you guys will get withdrawal symptoms. After that, we are going to see KLM Flight 744, a 777 arriving from Lima in Peru, back to back, followed by KLM Flight 622, another 777 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Bear with me, guys. I know you are here for the Embraers, and you'll find these big jets boring, but yeah, bear with me. It'll get better. I promise. Right, well. The placing of the poles is still continuing. It's becoming more easily visible to see how they are driving them into the ground in the canal. They're varying the height a little bit. Are they going for a sine wave pattern? So one person is in the water to align them. When it is ready, it's driven into the ground. They eventually are driven in fully. Can we see that? No, we're too far from the water line to show you guys properly. Alrighty. Already coming this way is Transavia flight 5356 arriving from Faro. And turning in is the first of two back-to-back 777-300ERs. Double triple time is upon us. KLM flight 744 and 622. You can even make a logical sequence of it. Would be a nice one for an IQ test. 744, 622, what's the next number? 511, obviously. Yep. Can you tell me why? Alrighty, it is 12:15 almost. Means the Polderbaan is going to stay open as only runway for inbound traffic for another 45 or so minutes. Around that time, the A380 is also going to land, probably on the center runway. I'm still thinking it's going to be assigned to the center runway. And in an hour and 5 or so minutes from now, we're going to see the retro Transavia as well. On its way from Kalamata in Greece. Next up, two back-to-back 777-300ERs. It's double triple time, ladies and gentlemen. KLM Asia is returning from Lima, which is in Peru, which is definitely in Latin Asia. Is right around the corner when you are there. Well, on a global scale, of course. Lima in Peru, 11 hours and 23 minutes the flight duration. Almost half a day underway. This is the PHBVB, Bravo Victor Bravo. More wheelies, but not as long as others. Typical KLM style landing. Either reverse landing. Flap surfaces immaculate, as we are used to from KLM. Jeremia Jansen, goedemiddag, and thank you for the kind words. Who says in Dutch, nice stream again. I do the best I can. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. Likes and subscriptions help to promote this channel's content to new viewers. People who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who do like airplanes and live streams. Maybe one day they'll click on one of the links. They'll see what an awesome community there is behind the channel. They'll want to stick around and join us during future live streams. Paul is still pondering 744-622-511. 765 and 421 is half of the previous number. 2 is half of 4. 1 is half of 2. Master Runner, thank you for the kind words. Glad to hear you are enjoying. Right, tractor up next. Offend. Don't get offended. Offend tractor who is leaking stuff. Doesn't smell like shit or piss here yet, so I'm assuming it's probably water. Let's hope it's just water. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1164, arriving from Bergen, 737-800, 1 hour and 16 minutes on the way. It's the PHBCA Bravo Charlie Alpha, 14-year-old airplane, first flight November 2010. Ah, Paul got it. Indeed, Daniel. 2 plus 2 equals 4 minus 1. That's 3. Quick maths. Man's not hot, never hot. Although, right now, with just my vest on, just a little bit. But since I haven't applied any sunscreen to any of my skin, I'm actually standing here with the vest on, zipper undone. But with the hoodie over my my hat so that my neck also stays protected. Ah, it's a Monday morning brain. A case of the Mondays. Looks like somebody has a case of the Mondays. Have you seen that movie before? Office Space, Paul? If you haven't, highly recommend it. Some say it is a comedy, but those who know it's actually a documentary. Right, so it's a couple of narrowbodies first, and then it's back to the widebodies, or at least one. The A350 from Corendon is approaching. 1, 2, 3, 4 narrow bodies preceding it. It's not all Embraers. Have to disappoint the Embraer 190 fans. This one airplane in the foreground is an Embraer 190. After that, it's a Shamrock A321neo. After that, we are going to see an EasyJet A320neo. And after that, once again, an Embraer 190. And Stephen, thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation. Thanks for a bonus Monday. Well, it's not so much a bonus Monday, it's a compensatory Monday, since I wasn't able to stream last Saturday. I figured the weather is good, why not do another show? I basically already had my day off, which normally I would have been on Monday. I had it on Saturday already. So it's just switching around my work days, basically. Well, it's highly recommended, Paul. Office Space, the creator, is also the creator of Beavis and Butthead. What's his name again? It's a very funny movie from the early 2000s. A must-see if you are working in a corporate office environment. DAG MP. Next up, not EasyJet. EasyJet next after this. Shamrock first, Aer Lingus, flight 604, arrived from Dublin, Ireland. 1 hour and 6 minutes to flight time, arriving from Dublin. Usually an hour of flight time, so an hour and 6 minutes seems ballpark nominal. It's the EILRE Lima Romeo Echo. The airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in December 2020. The airplane behind it is from EasyJet, arriving from Belfast in Northern Ireland. That's not too far from Dublin, so I imagine its flight time will also average around an hour usually. Let's click on its label in a moment after filming the landing. See what Flight Radar has to say. These two flights have flown probably behind one another for the majority of the flight. Mike Judge, that's it indeed, Paul. Clicking on the label, it says 1 hour and 9 minutes, so that's exactly what you might expect. EasyJet flight 23051, arrived from Belfast, Northern Ireland. The guzzles. The airplane has the guzzles. It's GUZLZ. Golf Uniform Lima Zulu. Uniform Zulu Lima Zulu. Zoom zoom. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. This airplane is going to turn 1 next month in September. Pate also in the chat. Hey Pate, what up mate? And it seems that we have crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. That's 60% of an airplane dance, which I'm pretty sure a lot of you quietly will probably not want to see again. That's okay. We do have a nice custom emoji that will hardly be used again. Then again, that's okay. It is a nice emoji, I have to say. At least it's recognizable. Now, but if you are enjoying what you're seeing, regardless of the airplane dance, if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, liking and subscribing definitely is the way to go. Hey, is that Finnair? Or what? I think it is. Yep, that is definitely looking like Finnair. The A350 on its way to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Right, quick look. The Emirates 190 arriving from Leeds, and then it is the A350. The A350's time to shine. A350 going out, and an A350 coming in. Finnair just now left. And this is the Corendon World to Fly A350-900. The is arriving from Bonaire, flight 5997. 8 hours and 28 minutes on the way to get here. The ECNZF Echo Charlie November Zulu Foxtrot. The airplane is 2 years old. Its first flight was in May 2023. You can already see some lights behind it. That's Vueling flight 8309 arriving from Barcelona. That's an A320neo. Han's favorite. Where has Han been? I don't think we've seen him over the last weekend. Has he been busy? Or what? In the meantime, Greg unfortunately has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Greg. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again on Thursday. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is the Corendon World to Fly A350 landing here. Hardly any wind. You can see the windmills are spinning more slowly than earlier in the morning. I can also tell it's getting warmer. My phone screen dimming is a telltale sign last time we checked the meter visually, it said 4 knots of wind. It definitely isn't blowing very hard. There was more wind earlier in the morning. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on. The meter in the ticker is updating automatically, but if you want to see the visuals, this is it. Let's have a look and refresh. Yeah, so we have variable wind 4 knots. I don't feel 4 knots, I feel 0 knots right now. It's 20 degrees C. We still have few clouds at 4,000 feet. Yeah, that's it. The wind speed, you can see here in the graph, it is dropping. Looking on flight radar to see the airplanes of interest approaching. Both of our airplanes of interest are over German airspace. The Emirates A380 leading the way, ETA 103. So as it stands, it's probably a candidate for the center runway. So too will be the retro Transavia with an ETA of 126. We'll see. And what you're hearing, but I'm unable to show you, or maybe a glimpse. Yeah, no. The crayfish fishermen with their motorboat passing by a few moments ago. This is Vueling. And now my phone screen has gotten really dark. Reversers working. Now there's another airplane of interest that has just turned final. Icelandair Flight 500. That's a 757-200 in the standard livery, the old standard livery of Iceland. Icelandair. That is absolutely beautiful. Lovely airplane. Now number 2 to land. Number 1 is going to be KLM Flight 1830, arriving from Stuttgart. The PH NXI E2 Embraer 195. There it is. And where's the A350, the 757? There it is. Looks pixelated because I'm in the top end of digital zoom in addition to the optical zoom my camera already used. This is KLM Flight 1830, 1 hour and 6 minutes on the way from Stuttgart. And here in the foreground, another full tractor filled with sand that had picked up in the north. Oh, why is it slowing down? Why is it slowing down? Don't tell me they're going to drop the sand over here. No, don't tell me. Or are they going to stop for a lunch break? I hope it's going to be a lunch break. Tell me you're going to take a lunch break and not add additional sand over here. well, it's 12:30. It's pretty. Yeah. They're not opening up the trailer or letting it tilt, so it's probably going to be all right. Next up, Iceland Air Flight 500. It's a 757-200 in the old standard livery, which I think most of you will agree looks better than that sterile white and blue that they also repainted the 767 fleet with. 2 hours and 35 minutes the flight time. It's the TFISR, Tango Foxtrot India Sierra Romeo. This airplane is 26 years old. Its first flight was in April 1999. Bram unfortunately has to go. And Sander, what are you doing, mate? Sander Sake just now coming in with a big bang. 10 gifted memberships. Mate, what are you doing? That was totally not necessary. Thank you so much for your generosity, though. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from Sander just now will say thanks to him. Enjoy those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. There's 34 of them. Don't think we have Iceland Air or a 757 because these are quite rare. Hey, a breeze of wind. Hopefully that'll cool my phone a little so that the screen will brighten up again. Let's look at the landing. Sander, mate, thank you so much once again for your stupendous generosity. That is above and beyond, and welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. No, it's an idle reverse landing. That is such a shame. That is really a shame. It could have been louder. Would have been more fun for us. But then again, such is life. Indeed, take off and do it again. We know you can do better. We're not letting you pass until you showed us what you are capable of. But look at that. That orange and dark blue, it looks so much better, I think, than the new iteration of their standard livery. Next up after this is going to be lot flight 263 in Embraer 175, arriving from Warsaw. And after that, it's going to be KLM flight 1354, which is arriving from Prague. And after that, we are going to see a few more narrow bodies first. And here I was thinking we were going to see the A350, the 757, but it continued first further to the right. Now it seems like we are going to see it on the left side of this unit in the foreground. Good afternoon, Kevin D. And have fun, Koen, with the membership. You can use those custom emojis whenever you want. There doesn't have to be a reason. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you guys are allowed to use as much as you want. Iceland Air now taxiing behind the building, the fire station. The tail still visible. And away it goes. Alrighty. Next up will be KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague. 737-800. 1 hour and 9 minutes the flight time. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Charlie. The airplane is 26 years old. Its first flight was in June 1999. Once again, a little bit of brightness in my phone screen. The sun is illuminating my my phone screen from this angle, and I think it got too warm, being dark and whatnot. Keeping the camera oriented in the other direction towards the fire station, causing the phone screen to be in the shade, seemed to have done the trick to get it cool enough to brighten up a little bit again. Mark H is back and is watching from Hong Kong again. Welcome back, Mark H. Hope all is well. And Sarah's friend and his wife just came back from Iceland to Boston and flew on the old Iceland Air. That must have been the 757 then, or are there other airplanes in their fleet still in the old livery? If I recall correctly, most of their fleet is now that sterile ugliness, except for those 757s. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Here in the foreground, EasyJet arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland, and behind it is Air Transat arriving from Toronto, A321neo. The A380 is above Münster, ETA now 105. Yeah, so it's becoming more likely by the minute that the A380 is going to be assigned to the center runway. Once it enters Dutch airspace, we can check omgevingsinfo Schiphol and we'll know with near certainty. But if I were you, I wouldn't count on the A380 coming to the Polderbaan today. It'll only be a pleasant surprise if it will. Well, I don't know what they're doing here. The tractor is still running, the engine. The lads that were driving it have exited. Coffee break? Lunch break? I'm not sure. Surely they wouldn't keep their engine running for the duration of a lunch break, would they? Overhead outbound traffic. Either 737 or an Embraer. It's 12:39, and that means another 20 or so minutes of just the Polderbaan used for inbound traffic. One of the airplanes coming this way is KLM Flight 755. That's returning from Guayaquil, and that is actually in However, first here we are going to see Air Transat Flight 376 arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 43 minutes the flight duration. A321neo, 5 years old, first flight June 2020. Registration is Charlie Golf Oscar India Oscar. C Joyo or something. Lovely use of the reversers there. Something that KLM wouldn't do. Huh? Sander says, seeing that center is used for takeoff. Well, and in the meantime, Arjan, mate, what are you doing? Arjan van Vught also back in the chat. He just now gifted 10 memberships. Mate, what is up? You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity, Arjan. Hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it. Enjoy those custom emojis, guys. Have fun with them. 34 of them. Use them. That goes for all members, new and old. Arjan, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gift of membership from you will say thank you for it. Bezoek bus, and let's also have a look at the runway use, a refresh of the runway use. No, okay, well, yeah, not much. Yeah, this is just a regular runway use. Yeah, check. I was about to say, center is closed. And if it is going to open up, it's going to open up for arrivals in a few moments. Arjan, thank you so much once again for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Arjan and have fun with those custom emojis. 777-200 is arriving for Guayaquil. Once again, that's in Ecuador. 10 hours and 49 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Hotel. This 777-200 is 20 years old. Its first flight was in September 2004. There is another airplane on the left that you can see behind it. That is Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Another A330. And, that's my cap. The edge of my cap bumping into my phone screen when I'm standing too close to the camera. The third airplane is approaching from the left in the background. Not sure if we can see it. KLM Flight 1498, arriving from Barcelona, number 190. I'm not sure, maybe you guys can see it out here in the field with bright skies and still a bit of reflections. It's harder to see. Will it get loud? Well, I say it semi-jokingly because we all know the answer to that. Obviously it will not. It will do an idle reverse landing like most of the KLM wide bodies do. Keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate. That's their motto. A380 assigned to center, as expected. Thanks for checking it out, guys, and for letting us know. Shouldn't come as a surprise. But we are going to see it quite well from over here. The sun, in the meantime, while still on the wrong side, almost in the south now. This is the south, and you can see the sun. It's almost at its highest point. It's no longer 100% backlight. It's now more or less front light. The lighting also better on the A380 when it is approaching. But man, have a look. This morning we had moving windmills and wind. The scale of chimney smoke also has fallen still. It's almost completely wind still. Definitely not cold out here. Delta Airlines Flight 164 is coming next. Hopefully it will be loud. It's the November 825 November Whiskey. 7 hours and 31 minutes on the way, and the airplane is 9 years old. Its first flight was in October 2015. Fingers crossed, this one will get loud. Oh yeah. Much better. Much better. It's 12:46, and in 15 or so minutes from now we are going to start with an hour of parallel arrivals again. During that hour we are going to see the last airplanes of interest for today's show, namely the A380 by Emirates and the retro Transavia A321neo. Last one will be last to arrive of the two. First one will arrive around 1 o'clock, 1:05. It has already been assigned to the wrong runway, unfortunately, as expected. I'm fearing we'll also get the same runway assignment for the A321neo, but still we should be able to see both of them quite well from over here. Unless something interesting is following immediately behind the A321neo, I am going to wrap up after the A321 retro has landed. We'll have to determine once it's that time to see what flight radar will look like around that time. There are two airplanes on the glide slope to the Polderbaan right now. In the foreground on the right we have KLM Flight 1498 arriving from Barcelona. That's an Embraer 190. And KLM Flight 1602 is behind it. That's an A321neo arriving from Rome. Windmill in the background is spinning, so depending on where you are, there's either little wind or hardly any wind. Now this is the Herpa Derpa Derpa, going viral with itches and scratches for 75 years. It's an Embraer 190 long range, 2 hours and 4 minutes the flight time from Barcelona back to the Netherlands. Herpa Derpa Derpa Derpa. 18-year-old airplane. Its first flight was somewhere in 2007, although the month is not specified on flight radar. Next up, KLM Flight 1602, arrival from Rome, A321neo. And this is Fax H, the Papa Hotel, Alpha X-Ray Hotel. Registration sounds very new. Still, its first flight was in May this year, so not brand spanking new. Still relatively new. Hadi Wilma, goedemiddag. Welcome back, good to see ya. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. 2 of the 3 Quad Squad members have already arrived here this morning. Around 9:35 we saw a 747 land. An hour later an A340. The A380 is in Dutch airspace. We'll be landing here on the center runway pretty soon, which we should be able to see from here quite well. And 15 minutes after the A380 will have landed, we are also expecting the retro Transavia. Retro Transavia is arriving from Kalamata in Greece, so unfortunately it will more than likely go to the wrong runway. We should still be able to see it quite well from over here. The next batch of narrowbodies is approaching, starting off with EasyJet Flight 27806, an A320neo arriving from Milan. After that, KLM Flight 1754, or will that be the first airplane to the center runway? I'm wondering. Here we have the lights of the EasyJet A320neo arriving from Milan. Hey, the dog's also back. Klaartje, goedemiddag. Beautiful sunny weather indeed. Big picture, this is what it looks like. Some haziness in the northerly parts of the sky. Going towards the sea with the camera, the west, it is much brighter as it almost always is. Usually on the days like today, land inwards there is more cloudiness. Today that's also the case. It's not low clouds, it's mostly high clouds, milkiness in the sky. Although, look at this, there is also a small cloud that is at lower level here in the south. Also some cirrus clouds You can also see contrails quite well today. Here is another one coming this way. It's a twin jet. It's still flying in the vicinity of the sun, so contrast is suboptimal. Contrail formation not very consistent. In some parts of the sky, the airplanes are producing a contrail, and that same airplane, while still staying presumably at the same altitude, a bit further up, stops producing a contrail. Makes it a bit hard to see the airplanes today. That and of course the clouds. Hey Clouds, speaking of clouds, Clouds is also in the chat. Now we also need Mr. Blue Sky, otherwise the clouds might take over. Things have to stay balanced. EasyJet is arriving. After that, the KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Hamburg. This is an A320neo, flight 27806, arriving from Milan. 1 hour and 23 minutes on the way. The OELSA, one of the many Austrian registered airplanes. Not just from EasyJet, but generally speaking. Must be tax related. Also, a lot more airplanes that aren't from Aer Lingus have an Irish registration. There must be a good financial reason for that. Next up is going to be an Embraer 175, and that twin jet has passed me by. Looks to be a bit bigger than I initially thought it was. I thought it was a narrow body, but it does look like it is more a wide body. Now where did I see it? Obviously. Now I'm struggling to find it again. Probably the wrong control remnant that I'm watching. Yeah, well, there you go. Unless they are really pronounced, which this wasn't anymore. Finding a needle in a haystack sometimes. After this Embraer 175, we are going to see a Norwegian arriving from Oslo. And this Norwegian, according to Flight Radar, also has a blank tail. No more grumpy people. I'm wondering, are they phasing out those grumpy people tails? Don't see them very regularly anymore, only on occasion. The majority of the Norwegian 737s that we've seen here, at least in recent days, all seem to be bland and don't have a grumpy face on them. Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. More Pauls in the chat. The more the merrier. 3 airplanes visible. Norwegian in the foreground. KLM, Embraer, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Aberdeen, number 2. Embraer 175 arriving from Frankfurt, number 3. Emirates is also showing on Flight Radar traversing the marker mirror. I'm going to look for it once it is in the vicinity of Purmerend. Ah, and the airplane I was struggling to find once it had passed me by was Condor going to San Francisco. Thank you, Yillard. Hey Sylvan, good afternoon. Alright. Now, again, blank lipstick plane. No grumpy tail. No grumpy people on the tail. It's missing a grumpy person on the tail, but it makes up for it with reverser use. Emirates Flight 147 is approaching Purmerend, and the scale of chimney smoke chimneys are in the vicinity of Purmerend, so that's probably where, if we are able to see the A380, we are going to see it in a few moments. Now I am struggling to see anything. That white backdrop seemingly makes it harder to see the airplane, particularly since it is white itself. Seeing it from the side then doesn't make it easier to spot. Not seeing anything yet. It's past Permanent. Daniel was seeing it. Okay. Let's see if I can see it if I crouch behind the laptop. Still not seeing it. We're about to see it soon enough though, so no worries. Next up, KLM flight 1818, arrival from Frankfurt, Embraer 175. 7-year-old airplane. First flight January 2018. I think I now have it. The backdrop against which it is flying now is much more blue. Now need to find a reference on the ground. That's over there. Yep, there it is. In 15 minutes or so, this is also what we are going to see of the retro Transavia A321neo. Arrival from Kalamata, Greece. Estimated time of arrival 1:20 or so. Well, Emirates Flight 147, there it is. Going to the wrong way. Now turning final. In the meantime, my phone screen is dimming again. Makes it harder to see the live chat. Has to do with the fact that there is zero wind right now and the sun is shining uninterruptedly. So even on days where the subjective temperature, the objective temperature is higher, as long as there's wind, this phone screen will stay bright. In the meantime, a 737 from KLM is landing here on the Polderbaan. Flight 1270, arrival from Copenhagen. It's 737s to the Polderbaan. We're not missing out on a lot. Gear is extending. You can see the outer gear coming out first, then the inner gear will come out, and then the hatches will close. Now after the landing of the A380, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around for another 15 or so minutes to see the retro Transavia, which is on its way from Kalamata in Greece. Estimated time of arrival here, 1:20 local time. Emirates Flight 147, now final. On final to the center runway. Flight time 6 hours and 21 minutes, which is a bit shorter than normally would have been the case at this stage. Usually the flight time is averaging around 6.5 hours. 10 minutes. I would still call this ballpark nominal. On 6 hours, 10 minutes? Nah, that's nearly completely nominal. The Alpha 6 Echo Zulu is its registration. It is now number 6 on flight radar, tracked by 849 people as it stands. The airplane, 11 years old. First flight was in March 2014. That's the KLM 737 that passed by here just now, arrived from Madrid. Flying parallel to the A380 is an Embraer 175 arriving from Kristiansand, which will also here landing when following the A380. Oh, just trying to read the chat, which is harder since my phone is still dimmed. Now once again a breeze of wind. The turning of the camera and the phone will also help, hopefully. Emirates flight 147, there it is. And even the Emirates A380 comes equipped with a carrying cabin. You can see it on the back. The Embraer 175 in the meantime has touched down here on the Polderbaan. So in 15 or so minutes from now we're also going to see the retro Transavia doing the same, going to the center runway. And unless there's something interesting following right behind it, it will be the last airplane for today's show. This is the trailer of the tractor. And there's the tractor. Conveniently parked in the way a little bit. But there you go, such is life. They're still constructing here. That makes it a bit harder to see the rollout on the center runway. We should start hearing the reversers in a few moments. There it is. Don't think we are going to see it again. Yeah, no, everything is in the way. Right. Well, so another 15 minutes before the retro Transavia is going to be here. In the meantime, parallel arrivals have begun. Always between 1 and 2 o'clock. Retro Transavia arriving from Kalamata in Greece, arriving from the east, almost certainly will be assigned to the runway. Is it already in Dutch airspace? Has its runway assignment already been confirmed? Next up is EasyJet flight 22927 arriving from Bristol. 55 minutes on the way. This is not Jesus but Jesuk. That's Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Charlie. 55 minutes on the way. 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Look in the background, you can see the windmills are standing almost completely still. Hardly any wind here today. Nice temperature. But my phone doesn't seem to like it. A bit too warm for the phone. Narrowbodies galore. KLM 737-700. Flying parallel. The next arrival over here on the Polderbaan is going to be Ryanair, flight 3102, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. That's a 737-800. Dime in a dozen, but usually the Ryanair pilots use their reverser. So with a little bit of luck, this landing might get loud. It's operated by Malta Air. I wouldn't be surprised if they applied their reversers. Registration is 9 Hotel Quebec Charlie Juliet, 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. TAP Air Portugal, behind it, visible already in the top left. TAP Air Portugal flight 668 and Sky Express arriving from Athens, but it's arriving from the west. Maybe that's also what happened with the earlier Aegean. I'm not sure where it came from, if it arrived from the west or from the east, if it got directed via the west coast, like the Sky Express now seems to be. Then it might have made sense that Aegean actually landed on the Polderbaan while there were parallel arrivals in progress. Right, let's listen. Reversers question mark? Yep. And that's why I am a fan of Ryanair. Their pilots often use their reversers here, and that makes them often being loud. Daniel says Saudi cargo 777 freighter just arrived in Dutch airspace. I am assuming it is going to be assigned to the center runway. Gerrit has to go. I'm going to cook the cauliflower. See you next time, Gerrit, and enjoy the meal. Hey, tot ziens. Bye bye.
Het is leuk om je echt te zien.
Leuk. Nou, met wie heb ik het genoeg, hè?
Nee, ik zit niet op de chat.
Ah, je zit niet op de chat. Oh, nou, leuk. De Transavia Retro die komt er ook nog aan, hè? Zo meteen over een kwartiertje.
Ja.
Je gaat wel naar de andere baan, maar kan je, nog wel, ja, je kan hem nog wel een beetje zien vanaf hier. And the next airplane coming this way is TAP Air Portugal flight 668, arriving from Lisbon, 2 hours and 40 minutes on the way. That is a 5-year-old airplane, first flight November 2019. Saudia indeed center, as expected. There's a bit more wind and my phone screen all of a sudden brightens up again and is legible again. Just a bit of wind is all it needs to get rid of its excess heat. Luckily the wind is blowing again. A refreshing breeze. And the tap dancers of Air Portugal have landed. Not much work in progress here. Those lads have been standing there. I'm not sure if there's somebody in the water as well. I don't think that there is, but they've been standing there. Those guys have been standing there all the while. Now, have they been having lunch or... Anyway. Next up, Sky Express. Flight 790 arriving from Athens. A321neo. The SXGRA. Golf Romeo Alpha. 3 hours and 17 minutes on the way. It seems a tad long. But then again, the airplanes arriving from Istanbul today also took longer than normally would have been the case. It's interesting to see that there is a difference in cloud formation now. You can see a few clouds over here, still mostly blue sky to the west. But now also those low clouds are more pronounced over here. Still, the majority of the sky is blue. The sun is shining almost without any hinder. If it hadn't been for those low clouds, it would have been a cavalcade day all day. This is Sky Express arriving from Athens, 3 hours and 18 minutes on the way. Jeff says, can I just say that I hate computers? You definitely are allowed to do that. Grease is bliss, ignorance is bliss, but so too is ventilating your anger. It's healthier than to keep it all in. Jeff's home lab is playing up. That sounds very involved. What does your home lab do? Or what doesn't it do right now? Sharing is caring. Now we're all starting to get curious. Alrighty. Next up, EasyJet flight 22163, arriving from Chester. That's an A320. And behind it, on the left, you can see Air France flight 1640. That is an A220-300 or Bombardier C series, as I prefer to call them. The third airplane should be turning in from the left somewhere in the background. I'm not sure that we can see it. It's always hard to estimate where those airplanes are. The third airplane that should be turning in is an A321 from Transavia. And Retro Transavia also going to center, as I thought, but still, thanks for the heads up, Paul. Oh no! Not only is Jeff's home lab playing up, he also has a toothache. Better make a dentist appointment then. That doesn't sound too good. Marijke wonders if Jeff is cooking meth in his home lab. I actually recently decided that it is about time to start re-watching Breaking Bad. Particularly since Lisa has never seen it. Next up, A220, Air France flight 1640, Bombardier C series 300, arriving from Paris, 45 minutes to flight time. This is the Verhupne. Foxtrot Hotel Papa November Echo, Verhupne. Two-year-old airplane, first flight July 2023. Some strong drugs to start the week, Paul says. Well, if you don't want to sleep the entire week, I would strongly suggest you take methamphetamine. Go on a nice little bender. The days will pass by, allegedly. Always surprised how people can go without sleep for multiple days when they go on those types of benders. No wonder that people can get psychotic from that. Hans asks if Breaking Bad is if watching Breaking Bad is fun. If not, then no thanks. Well, it depends on your taste. I think it is fun. But then again, I am all about entrepreneurship and drugs. And that's exactly what this series is all about. Critically acclaimed. But at times very slow. You need to be patient. That's the spirit, Jeff. That's the spirit. Right, let's see. Where is our beloved Retro Transavia? Probably following... Yeah, it's following the 777 from Saudi. So, in the vicinity of Lelystad, but not quite there yet. Biddinghuizen is... where it's currently at. Okay. KLM SkyTeam livery is coming to the Polderbaan, fourth in line. Daniel says, is that the 737? Because we already saw the the Embraer. Or is it the Embraer 190? Oh, it's the Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Ah, that's the second appearance. We already saw it earlier this morning. I was hoping we were going to see the 737-900, which we haven't seen yet. But that will be the second appearance then of the Embraer 190. Well, Dime in a dozen Transavias, A321neo. Granted, the livery looks a bit better on the A321neo than I think it does on the 737. Still, if it was up to me, I'd repaint the whole lot and make retro liveries out of all of them. Because it just looks so much better than the regular livery does, at least in my humble opinion. But I'm sure a lot of you will agree. Emil asks a quick question. Does the ground crew work for the airport or the airline? That's a good question. If it is the luggage carrying personnel, that's a separate third entity. They don't work for Schiphol. They work for instance, Swissport, a third company, which of course has a contract with the Schiphol group. I think the airlines just pay a fee for the service that the Schiphol group purchases. For instance, the fueling is done by a third company. The luggage, the luggage transportation and placing it in and out of the airplanes, that's a third party company. Catering is too. Yep. Indeed, Daniel. Jeff says, and I thought Breaking Bad was about the corruption of a previously upright man as he turns into a power-mad sociopath. No man, no man. It's a tribute to entrepreneurship. That's what it is. It just shows you what tenacity and having a vision can bring you, and how you can quickly lose it when you meet with the wrong people. In the case of Gus, that is of course meeting Heisenberg. More Transavias here and there, and Pilot John has also returned. Welcome back, Pilot John. So it's all narrow bodies for the time being. The first wide body to approach either of the two active runways, I think, is going to be the Saudia. Right, it's one after the other, Embraer and 737. It's a 737 to the center runway, followed by another 737. We had an Embraer over here and another Embraer coming next. Vueling A319, number 2 for the Polderbaan. Third airplane turning in is an E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Toulouse. And the Saudia triple is flying base. Immediately behind it should be the Transavia Retro. Saudia is now flying over Purmerend, so should be in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke chimneys. If I am able to see it, which I'm still not. The white backdrop seriously in the way. Second time featured on today's stream is the KLM Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery. This time it is returning from London City. I don't remember where it was arriving from earlier in the show, but apparently since it landed, it took on passengers, went to London City, dropped them off, took on new passengers, and now is landing again here at Schiphol Airport. And the pilots are ignoring us. That is a pity. Good afternoon, Doodle, het hondje. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Last airplane is approaching. It's going to be the Retro Transavia. It's going to land on the wrong runway though, but it should be visible quite well from over here. Next airplane arriving here on the Polderbaan is EasyJet flight 27880. That's an A319 arriving from Valencia. 2 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The OE LQF. 16 years old, first flight March 2009. Flying parallel to it to the center runway is Canada flight 1800, arriving from Düsseldorf, JD's hometown. The airplane on the left in field of view that you're currently seeing is now number 2. The KLM E2 Embraer arriving from Toulouse, flight 1450. The Saudi 777 preceding the Retro Transavia is turning in. I'm still struggling to see it. On paper it should be out there. There's a milky backdrop of cirrus clouds that makes it hard to discern the airplanes. Looking at all the airplanes that are following immediately after the Retro Transavia, I am going to wrap up the show after the Transavia Retro has landed. It should be out again for another stream on Thursday, weather permitting. I think I may have the Saudi Dreamliner over there. Yeah, that's the Saudi Dreamliner, alright. So the question is, where is the Transavia Retro? I think if I just leave the camera fixated in this orientation, it means we're going to lose the Saudi, but at some point we should start seeing the Retro Transavia, which I'm still not seeing. I'm not moving the camera unless I happen to see the Retro Transavia before then. I think I have it. I think I see the lights. It's shining lights. And those are right over there. It's because they turned on the lights already that I was able to see it. I saw a flickering, and it wasn't in line with the glide slope of the Polderbaan, so this has to be the Retro Transavia. I'm not going to lose it now, so that we can continue to see it. Retro Transavia, let's go overboard with digital zoom. I'm not seeing. Oh wait, now I do start seeing the boop the snoot nose. For a brief second, I was afraid I had the wrong airplane in sight, but if all is well, this should be the Retro Transavia. There is also no other airplane behind the Saudia that is already aligned. Right, Saudia with the 777, also something that you don't get to see every day. But I have my camera pointed at the Retro Transavia now. Yeah, I think I ought to be able to find it again. It's becoming a bit more apparent now, so that we can also have a quick look at this. Saudia Cargo, 777. Thus far, most of the time we have seen the 747, so relative rarity to see the 777 freighter. And Yusuf, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Last airplane of today's show is going to be the Transavia Retro, which I am sure I saw. Let's find it again. There it is. First you need to find it in the air, then you need to look below it to see what frame of reference you have on the ground, whether it is a windmill or a chimney or something. Then you can point up the camera again. Right, last airplane for today's show, the retro Transavia. There she is. It's the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Delta. Arriving from Kalamata in Greece. We saw its arrival flight a couple of weeks ago. It was still in July. Or was it June? No, it was July, wasn't it? Yeah. We were standing at the Polderbaan. It got delivered and landed on the Aalsmeerbaan, but such is life. In the meantime, we've seen it on several occasions. Not always in sunny conditions, but today we are. It's going to the wrong way.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
But still, what a lovely machine, isn't it? Transavia, take note. Make this the standard livery from now on. Replace all your airplanes. Respray them in this livery. People will want to fly on your machines. They'll want to do it voluntarily instead of maybe sometimes feeling obligated to do it. Because there are no alternatives. Now, with the works here on the Polderbaan still in progress, we already saw with the A380 that visibility to the center runway is not optimal. We are going to lose a lot of the visibility here. Maybe another glimpse here. Yeah, just a little glimpse. There it is. Right. Well, that was the last airplane for today's show. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I'm going to be back again on Thursday, weather permitting. A massive big thank you for liking the channel and today's show. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes if you want to help us bring in new people who haven't heard of the channel yet. For now, I am going to wrap up. Hopefully be back again for another stream on Thursday. A massive big thank you for all the support, for all the super chats, super stickers, the PayPal donations, the merch shop purchases, the PayPal donations and whatnot. Also a massive big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all once again. You guys are what makes this channel so great and I hope to see you all again in good health on Thursday. For now, take care, see you soon and bye for now.